Welcome everyone to Worth a Damn Gaming. How we all doing today on our lovely little podcast? My name is Jake Starvik, your regular host of the show. And joining me, as per usual, is Street Rat Atlas. How are you doing, sir?
Hello, I'm doing well. We thought we'd start the stream a little early because I'm sure there is things that we want to talk about.
Ooh, so many things. You're playing stuff, I'm playing stuff. I think that in itself is worth chatting about. So good, sir. What have you been up to of late?
Well, I have continued playing Pokepedia. So I did a stream on Tuesday where I was just doing one of the projects that I'm testing out with the game and its mechanics.
Yep.
So I've been building a tree that will house a whole bunch of different Pokemon in there, some habitats and whatnot. So I've done the first kind of level of it and playing with things. Then when I finished the stream, I was like, I didn't try these things. So now I've fucked around a bit more with the different ways that you can use the blocks and utilizing one of the mechanics of your powers. So you turn into a Magnemite and you can replace blocks. And it's just essentially a building power. And it's really enjoyable because
What's with the tree? So is it like a whole community tree that you're building? Is it like an end game thing?
No. It's purely just an aesthetic that I'm building. So instead of building a house like many people are, I thought, well, let's try and add some natural aesthetic to the environment.
That's cool.
So I can actually bring it up on the stream.
Let me then. By the way, I'm gonna need to ask you at some stage how you're able to load up my stream onto your OBS.
How I do it?
Yes.
Oh. It's just grabbing my desktop.
Okay.
So I just moved the window.
Ah, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
That's actually clever. And you just control how the desktop's kind of arranged.
No, I literally just drag the window in.
Shit. Why is that doing that? That is bizarre.
Alright.
That must be the HDR fucking kicking in. Oh, join. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, I need to do something in my settings. Because for some reason, the HDR is doing some weird shite. Where are you? Well, in the meantime... See, it's not supposed to look like that. Alright, well, just so the audience can see. There's your little world. My god, it really does feel like an actual Pokemon city that you've made.
Thank you. I've made all of this.
I'm really impressed.
Thank you. So this is the Pokemart, which it is a functioning Pokemart that you can go into, and I've set it up as more of a workshop.
That's crazy.
So I can just build things. I've sorted things. It's you can decorate in here. Like I've put a tablet on the table with a photo that I've actually taken. So I've treated it as like a convenience store. So before I show the tree, This is kind of what I've been working on. So Charizard and Arcanine live in here. Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan live in there. I've got like a little plaza back here. But, you know, if Pokemon actually utilize it, they'll sit here and whatnot. But I have built this tree.
Wow, look at that. Holy crap. How long did that take you?
This has taken me a few hours. So it has an elevator because Pokemon that can't fly can use elevators by themselves.
Yeah, that's cool.
So I've got to level 1, up on out.
So there's multiple levels to the tree?
Yep, so it'll go 1 floor higher.
Okay.
But I've made like a little inside the bushes. I've made a little habitat. So Pidgey, Hoot Hoot. Made this little cool little tunnel that leads to another Pokemon's house.
That's really cool, man.
I've done more houses back here that I haven't enclosed.
Jesus.
Another little alcove that I made, that Pidgeot, who's just currently flying at the moment, lives here. I made a little secondary entrance.
Nice.
So if you want to go up and down, you can. And then...
Oh, yeah, because you can transform him into the other Pokemon. That's cool.
Yeah, which is a really nice feature. I've kind of taken a little break from the organic sort of life. And I have been working on an underground plaza.
Hey, nice. So it's still, I'm assuming it's still got some work for it.
Oh, yeah, heaps of work.
Yeah, cool.
Which then comes out just here.
Nice. That's awesome. Are you going to set it up like a subway type system?
Yeah.
Awesome. Oh, man, I can't wait to see how that turns out. That'll be sick.
So this area will have a underground access. That's where I'm going to put all my fire Pokemon and make it more hot.
Yep.
So I've got a mythical Pokemon, which is one of my all-time favorite Pokemons, Volcanion. He's a water and fire type.
Yep.
And because this game features
you still have
likes
heaps
and
to
dislikes. Oh, so many.
That's nuts.
He likes lots of fire, lots of water, stone stuff. So I'm creating mainly a habitat for himself.
Yeah.
That it will have water. So I'm going to be creating a place where I can have an auto farm for smelting and drops so that things can just be continuously made.
Nice.
So that's going to go there, which will eventually connect to the underground plaza. And I haven't even touched much of the other stuff. Like the other areas, which I really should because the shop expands more.
Yeah.
And there's items that I really want to get as well. But yeah, that's what I have been doing a lot of.
Very nice.
And then because the spring Steam sale has concluded, close to the final day of the sale, I purchased a whole bunch of games.
Yep.
They are where are we? So I purchased the Nightling.
I don't think I'm familiar with that one.
Which is open world action adventure. You play as an aspiring knight.
Oh, I did play this. I have played this. Yes. Have you tried it?
Yep. I haven't yet.
Okay.
It is installed, but it is a game that I want to try out. I kind of got distracted with one other game. And then I purchased.
When you do play it, I'd probably recommend as much as possible try and focus on the main quests. It's very easy. I kind of got overwhelmed because the game does open itself up quite quickly, and then you can start doing all the collectathon shit. But I found that there was just a lot, whether you can't really access it or there's too much. I think it's an interesting game. It tries to straddle a line to feel like a Zelda type experience, like more of the Ocarina of Time type of experience, but I feel like it's a bit too big for what it needs to be. So I kind of got a little bit uninterested by the end of it, but yeah, see how you go. It is fun. I think the mechanics that they've got are really cool, and it's very heartwarming as far as the story goes.
Okay. I feel like it has the sense of a PlayStation 2 game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it really caught my eye. And I remember you bringing it up a while ago.
Yeah.
And it was on sale, and I was like, fuck it, let's just get it. It's
how much?
What, $20?
Oh, yeah. No, easy.
Yeah.
Easy.
And then I purchased Control because it was a whopping $5.
I know, that's
and I
ridiculous.
was like, okay, let's just I'm gonna get it. Let's fucking go.
Have you played it before?
No, I've actually yes, I have. I played it at yours.
Yeah. Oh, it's so fucking good.
There was a section that we played, and I don't think I gelled with it as much, and I think I know what the issue is.
Okay.
It's because you were at a certain point in the game, so you had so many things.
Yep.
And for me, who I didn't have any tutorials, I have no basis on anything. I was like,
you had no idea what you're doing. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm excited. Not to say that it's a bad game or anything. It was just
you need to. Yeah. Go on.
I need to start from the start.
Yes.
Get the flow of, okay, this is going to teach me at a nice pace of things, and when I unlock things, I can then start comboing different kinds of things and fucking around with the mechanics. I'm looking forward to that.
It is such a good game. There is one part, there's like one side quest that I cannot wait to see what your thoughts are if you do get up that far into the game. Because I think the game's gameplay really is just phenomenal, and it'll make you almost feel like a wander where you're kind of floating, using your little block, then just picking up pieces of furniture or pieces of debris and just piffing it at enemies. And of course, you've got some of the customization on how you want to build the character, depending on whether you want to be more focused on some of the abilities that you've got, or whether you want stuff to enhance your various guns, because that in itself is a kind of a mechanic, which is really well done. Such a fun game, such a cool experience. It is fucking trippy. There's a lot of reading, and I think all the material you read is really interesting if you're into that. What's the word? I've never actually seen the show, but it's a lot of that, like something peak. Oh man. What is the name of the fucking director? David Lynch. I think he's the one that created the show. But Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks? Yeah, I think it's Twin Peaks. Yeah, so yeah, it's kind of got a lot of that weird kookiness, that weird strangeness about that. So you will eat that side of it. The side quests are really fun. When you get into a lot of the side quests, as well as the main mission, which I think is cool, but the side quests, there's some cool stuff in there that you'll just be like, what the fuck are you making me do? And then you get deeper and you're like, this is trippy. And then you get other ones that you're like, holy fuck, this is creepy. So, yeah. That, oh man, I'm actually excited for you. And you know what? It's funny, when you pointed that out, I jumped on, had a look at the price myself, and then I noticed instantly that 2 is being released on Steam, which I found was really bizarre, because Alan Wake 2 is still the only game that is not on Steam. It's only on Epic. So I'm wondering whether there is either some stubbornness to release it on Steam, or whether there's an agreement that they've unfortunately been locked to Epic exclusively for the time being, and they can't. Which is why they probably left this game and gone, we want to make sure we get the most amount of sales, regardless of where we release it, we're going to release it everywhere. Because I think not releasing it on Steam probably dicked them from the PC side.
For sure. 100%. But I do wonder if it is a timed exclusive.
It's been over 2 years, I think. When did Alan Wake 2 come out? It's been ages.
Yeah. Kingdom Hearts was stuck on Epic for a while. I think it was over 2 years as well.
Really? Maybe that's what it is. So my hope is when we get closer to Control 2, will they maybe announce hey, we're releasing Alan Wake 2 as a complete package on Steam, which will be... I think that would be fucking cool, but we'll see. 2023. So, yeah, it's been quite some time. October 24. Yeah, more than 2 years. Fucking hell. I can't believe it's been over 2 years. Jesus Christ. What else did you buy?
I purchased a game that is similar to Void Gear. It's called Jump Space.
When you mentioned it, I did see some gameplay. This looks intriguing because you've got the actual flight stuff in it, as well as some of the building and crafting and survival.
Yeah, this looks a lot more... So, Void Gear I've played, and it doesn't have quite the sim-like qualities that this game is appearing to have, where you've got on-foot combat more than what Void Gear does, which is very much focused on your ship's combat and the roguelike elements of, well, you better hope that you've rolled the right perks for your ship for that run. This just looks... I don't think there's any roguelike elements to this. It's you do a mission, loot, complete the mission, and then move on to the next one.
Okay.
So I think this one I'm intrigued to play. It is optimized enough for single player, so I do want to try it.
Yep.
But I thought, it's on sale, might as well.
Nice.
And then I purchased, which I have played some part of, I bought a simulator game, Water Park Simulator.
Oh, gee, okay. Neat.
Which I can see why everyone enjoys it. It's really
Is
fucking
that
fun.
Overwhelmingly positive? Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah. It's good. It's really good.
No fucking
really
way. That
solid.
is crazy.
You can ride on the slides.
Yeah.
The eventual release is you can build your own slides. There is plan for
holy shit
multiplayer.
Yeah, but sick.
It's really good.
Nice.
So I've been playing that.
Awesome.
But there is one game that has taken me by surprise.
What would that be?
I spent 4 hours so far playing it, and oh boy, I think you'll love this game.
What's that?
Eternal Strands.
Eternal Strands. Why does that ring a bell? Oh! I'll be honest. Maybe it was a mindset thing. When I played this, I had attempted to play this on my Steam Deck. And I think the experience on the deck wasn't visually impressive. And there were a couple of things about the mechanics I was just like, I am not jiving with this. Now, it might be just my mindset at the time, but I put it down instantly. There was just something about it. I was like, I don't want to do this. This is not the kind of game. This is not what I thought it was going to be. Go on. I mean, you seem to be enjoying it by the sounds of it.
Oh boy, this game is so much fun.
Nice.
So I played the tutorial and I was like, oh, I thought this was much bigger. Yeah, the tutorial is just like teaching you shit. But once you get thrown into the world, it's not open world, it's open areas.
So there's
it's
zones.
confined.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And oh boy, does the game want you to explore and want you to come back. Because there's areas in the first area that I just could not get into because it was just ice. I'm like, okay, I don't have the ability for fire, so I can't get in there yet. But the Shadow of the Colossus mechanics of climbing on the bosses and hitting weak points to get their armor off. Oh, so much fun. The puzzle elements. I've got, I think, 4 abilities now. I just unlocked one just before having dinner. And I think it was a flamethrower because I took down a ash drake.
Yep.
I think that's what they're called, in the second zone. And the mechanics of your camp, so you have dialogue choices that can influence your team in the camp. You can expand the camp so you can add, upgrade your smithing table so then you can get to level 2 or level 3. I haven't delved too much. And then the game taught me that as you keep going back and forth between going on an expedition and coming back to camp, time passes. So I'm up to day 4 and zone 2. And then the game said, oh, there's different weather effects. Enemies aren't going to always be in the same place when you explore. So day, night, and weather effects. It's
change what type of enemies you encounter.
Haven't encountered anyone. I haven't gone out at night.
Okay.
Because every time I've kind of done the missions, they've just said it in a particular way.
Yep.
Even though the game keeps telling me, use this item to go back to camp. And it's like, yeah, but I want to explore. This is fun. But the attention that they've put into the abilities. So I was fighting the Ash Drake.
Yep.
And I was using the ice ability. And I was connecting its head to its wing so it couldn't fly.
Yep.
Every time it flew up, I tried to cast ice on its tail so then it would get too heavy so it couldn't fly, so it would just come crashing down.
Yep.
I was like, oh my god, okay. The first boss I fought, well, not the tutorial boss, the first zone boss that I fought, he grabbed something that he was going to chuck at me. And I was like, oh shit. So I iced it and his hand got stuck and he was reacting to it. And I was like, okay, he's reacting. Let me climb up. And I was climbing up and then he looked at me and then he's like, oh, and then tried to grab me. And I was like, oh my God, this game is doing so many things right in an immersion fight. It's so much fun. Really good, really fun. I think if you play this on PC, I think you'll have a better time.
Possibly.
Because I know it's not optimized for the Steam Deck.
No, this is the thing. It plays okay. It just looks like poop. There's a couple of games I've tried. Yeah, so there's like a handful of these games that when I played this and this is the one that really hurt me, but I remember trying to play No Rest for the Wicked on the deck. And it just looked like you're just kind of like, oh my god, the way it's pixelating some of the images and the game and doing some weird rendering shit, I'm just like, nah, I can't do this. And again, there was just something about the gameplay with what's it called? Eternal Strands. There was something about the gameplay when I was playing. I was like, I don't want to do this right now. There was, and it could have been. Are you playing keyboard and mouse?
No, I'm playing controller.
Really? Okay. So I must have. Yeah. I can't tell you exactly. There was just something that didn't jive with me. Maybe it was expecting too much early on. I think that intro boss battle with the dragon that fucking like two-shotted me was like, what the fuck? I don't know. Whatever it was, maybe I just need to give it another go. But at the time, I was like, nah, I couldn't even get through that freaking tutorial without me going, I'm done.
Damn.
But that's okay. Look, I'm glad you're having fun. Clearly, it's a good enough game, and I've heard really positive things. I think I wanted it to be. It looked like it was going to be that fun Shadow of the Colossus with a lot more of the abilities that you could fuck around with. But I think it was a bit too much for my sensibilities when I did try it. So it might be one of those things that at some stage I'll give it another crack and see how I go.
I recommend it because I think you would really like this game because it has elements of Monster Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
So you can only carry an X amount of resources.
Yep.
And there is that whole grinding situation where if you want to get better gear, so there's no RPG element to it in the sense that you don't level up, you level up your gear. You get stronger.
Yep.
And I haven't really spent too much time just looking for resources because as you're already exploring the world and going to your next quest marker, you're getting so much shit.
Yeah.
Enemies drop stuff. There's so much glittering boxes with items in them that you have no issue.
Mm-hmm.
And you can upgrade them as you go because I can see that there's locks on them. So I'm sure I'll come across an upgrade soon.
That'll give you access to all of that.
Yeah. It's really good. There's cutscenes are done in a cartoon style.
Mm-hmm.
So hand drawn. Then you've got conversations that happen that are 2D. So it's just two characters, images talking. Sometimes there is an in-game cutscene, but it's just it's really pretty because a lot of the effects are the cartoon hand-drawn style. So you'll see when they smack the ground, it's this cartoon look. And it's just really charming because it's not so obtuse about it. It's really well woven in. And I'm only like scratching the surface because they've only recently done an update, which added even more to the game.
Like recently?
Let's
have a look. What's the community stuff? This is the one thing that I love about Steam.
Well.
View update history.
Oh, a legendary collaboration with Square Enix's Creative Studio 3.
Yeah, that's what they've been advertising. Yeah, shit. So November last year. Spanish localization, patch, Paradise Cosmetics. So they're still kind of adding stuff. Probably not too much, because I believe the developers have kind of moved on. But that's still pretty good.
Yeah? Nice.
Well, when did this game come out?
So
last year, yeah. It's been out for a year, so which is fair.
Yeah. No, I'm thoroughly enjoying it. It is definitely a game that I can see myself getting very deep into.
Mm-hmm.
The crafting mechanic is interesting because the things that you use to make your armor or weapons. So I made a secondary chest plate.
Yep.
And I didn't register that I was setting the color depending on what items I was using. So if I'm using red items, I'm going to get higher fire resistance I'm using blue items, and I'm not talking about their rarity, I'm talking about the actual shade of the item itself. So cobalt will increase your ice resistance. So your armor is going to reflect that with the color blue. And items take, I think, 4 different resources to build. So when I registered, I'm making a visual difference. So if I make a particular, I don't know if I'll ever get so deep into like a specific build or something until I find a weapon that I really enjoy. But I made this chest piece and I was just adding things just so I can craft it. But when I made a 2-handed weapon, I was looking at the resources that I was making, and now it does 100 DPS, and my resistance to fire damage is at 7, but my ice resistance is at 17 or 16.
Okay.
I was like, oh, it's the items themselves, the resources. So if I want to get a specific rarity item that might be a green background of a yellow object, that's going to increase a poison resistance by a higher amount, make this item yellow. So I visually know it's really cool.
That's actually clever. So it gives you visual cues on what its resistance base or what its defense is in the world. That's actually, yeah, I like that. I appreciate that kind of design and development. Fucking
really
hell.
fun.
Nice.
So I've been playing that today.
Cool.
And I might as well talk about it now.
Mass Effect.
Yeah.
How is it? How are you finding it?
I think I love it. So I've just left the Citadel.
Shocker. Yes. Did I not tell you? Did I not tell you how fucking long that is?
Oh my gosh.
And I
thought going through the Citadel, I was like, oh yeah, you know, I'll look around. So I started the stream right where I left off, obviously. Didn't touch it since the last stream.
Yep.
And I was like, okay, so the game wants me to turn left out of this room. Let's go right, because that's my gaming instincts. I go the opposite way.
Yep.
And now I'm just having a conversation with 2 races about the council and how one has been not betrayed. He was what's the word? Blackmailed. He revealed information about another alien race, part of the council. And I was like, what am I doing? What is this? I'm just having this conversation. And then one of the guys, not the Turian, because that's Garrus.
God, I fucking love Garrus.
Him and Talia are on my party. So just them 2. I got rid of the humans. I was like, I see humans all the time. You're out.
Yep.
But one of the races who I learned a bit more of his history was like, yeah, you know, we don't fight or anything. We live off trading, and that's how we get into society. We just find a commodity, trade it, and that's how we live.
Yep.
I was like, oh, that's awesome. And then later on, I find that particular race part of the underbelly, kind of like black market, that's secretive, and he's working with the Shadow Broker. Shadow Broker. And I was like, oh, so you're trading information. This is cool. And you see them scattered around, and in the markets, you'll see one trading, and it's like, fuck, the BioWare just thought, realistically, this type of race does this. This is what they do. And they gather information. I've got a side quest that I have to scan all the things that are fixing the Citadel. I have to get 20, and I'm like 12 out of 20.
Yeah.
And he just wants information. I'm like, oh my God, I just want to keep exploring.
Yeah.
I don't think the Citadel is as big as what I've explored. I think that's it.
It's not massive. It just takes a while to get around.
That's probably my main criticism of Mass Effect 1.
Yep.
Sprinting can go fuck itself.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I don't know if 2's any better, but they improve it by making the levels smaller. So you'll have an easier time getting around the spaces because they kind of make it more direct in 2 and 3. So, and it's one of those, you either love it or you hate it. I love the feeling and the general exploration of 1. I think it nails that sensation of being, like, I always use the comparison. It feels like you're a Jedi during, like, their prime days where you're a representative and you're going off doing these missions and this, like, deletery type objectives, meeting people, trying to help their, like, deal with their problems and do all the political fucking diplomatic shit. And this game does that while you're on this major quest of hunting down another rogue Spectre. And it's like, it's the main quest, everything else around it. And you're right, all the story and the world building is fucking second to none. And you're starting to understand why people love this franchise and why people also got shitty at the ending of 3.
Yeah. I really noticed while I was streaming just how well, for a game that came out on the PlayStation 3? Yes,
well,
PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360.
Yeah, so keep in mind that the first one never came out on PlayStation.
That's
it was
right, the Legendary
later.
Edition was.
Yeah, so that was the fun little detail, that it was technically an Xbox 360 and a PC release.
That's right. It just, I know I'm playing the better version of the game.
Yeah, but you're still playing the same game from what technically was released.
Just, it really is. The Citadel really took me by surprise when I was just going around and doing the side quests, meeting and getting introduced to everyone. A lot of key players, the council can go fuck themselves. And when I met Tali for the first time, I thought, this is really cool. I can't go this way. I have to go down the alleyway and get into a firefight and help Tali with these other aliens that are trying to get the information that would prove that Saren is betraying the Spectres.
Yep.
It was so cool. And getting into the bar fight, like, Saren has sent people to us, so we're just fighting outside of the bar, and then meeting Fist and dealing with his bodyguards and shit. And I'm like, this is, you're right, it feels like Star Wars or even Star Trek, where there is this whole living organic world that you're just being introduced to for the first time, but this world or universe has existed for thousands of years, and BioWare killed it. Just absolutely nails it, because everything is already pre-existing, but it's your first time learning everything.
Yeah.
And it's just so cool. And Shepard is just, I'm always asking questions.
Good.
As much as I can.
Good.
Because I've learned that this game will give you the answers.
Yeah.
They will, if they say something, you can ask about it. And I don't have to read it. I get this really awesome interaction with Shepard and a character, and have these moments of, right, you can tell that this character is quite upset when they're talking about it. Oh, there's history there.
Yeah.
And you can dig a little bit deeper if it's there, or it's part of a mission.
Yes.
I I keep thinking about it, and I really want to keep playing. And I'm like, no,
I'm playing it for the stream. How annoying is it?
Stream
It's
it.
really fucking annoying when you get something so good and you're like, I just want to get back into it, but I gotta play it for the stream. Or it is so, and that's what's really special about the game because they nail that. So it's funny how some games just get some of this simple stuff wrong, where they don't understand how they can deliver the same kind of storytelling and world building through the characters that you're engaging with. Now, sometimes it's hard because the world might just be empty, so all you're going to have are voice boxes, recordings, or dossiers and notes that are left behind by, long dead characters. This game kind of goes, okay, we're going to give you all of the historical stuff as you're playing it, and as well at the very beginning, where you can go into, I forgot what's like the codex, and you can read in depth everything about the different races, the council, the politics, the history of how the humans first met contact with the Turians, and there was the war against the Turians until that kind of came to like a truce. And that's when the humans eventually, after many, many years, suddenly got, at least some connections with the council on the Citadel, so like they had that representative, and that's where you're playing this game, and so you understand that tension with the humans where they feel like they don't have a footing in the council, and you're now that foot in the door trying to prove for the human race we're here to like do our best and be the best representatives for us, while you also see some of the shadiness of humans existing with the rest of their different species and the pros and cons of each of the different species, how all of them work. You haven't met Liara yet, have you? Have you found Liara?
Liara,
the blue chick.
No.
She's what race is that? I'm trying to remember. Fuck, it's been ages.
I know the race. I don't know their names, but I met Shira, who sent me on a mission that, someone is spreading lies about me. I need you to find him at the bar.
Yep.
And then you find the human who's a drunk and has been died from Asari?
Asari, yeah. So the blue characters, the blue
race.
aliens are called Asari. As far as I'm aware, there's no male ones. They're all female. But they can kind of, from what I remember, they can change their gender depending on who they're with. They're an interesting race when you get into what they do and how they kind of mingle amongst all the other races. It's fascinating. It's really fucking fascinating. And then you got Rex, which I love Rex, but he might be rough around the edges for some people. So
I did get Rex. So I'm missing one person from my Spectre team, which I'm assuming is the Asari.
Yeah, that'll be Liara. Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
so
I forgot that you get missing Talia. Fuck, I forgot you get Talia early in the game.
Yeah, she's the one that helps you prove to the council and gets you as a Spectre.
Yeah, that's cool. Far out, man. That's
why I was like, as soon as I unlocked her, so as soon as I found Garrus, because it was a story mission, I was like, yeah, you're joining the team straight away.
Yeah.
And then I didn't register. Oh, of course, my conversations with these people are going to be dependent on who is with me at that time. So I had Garrus and Tali when I went to the council to prove, Saren is betrayal and I become a Spectre. Spoilers. But she has specific dialogue that she says while that's all happening. I was like, oh, I didn't have her on the team. I would have had one of the fucking humans. And I would have missed a really interesting, small moment. Nothing like, oh, this is game changing. It's just that interpersonal communications.
Yep.
And again, it's something that Baldur's Gate fucking does it. Where depending on who you have, you'll hear them having quips. Like I've heard Karlach talking to Lae'zel, and I've heard Gale talking to Lae'zel. Like they've just got these little moments where they're talking, and it's just got nothing to do with anything.
But they feel like
their
character. They feel alive.
People.
Yep.
It's incredible.
Yep. It's a small touch. Goes a long way.
Yeah.
Though.
And Mass Effect does this. And I haven't utilized talking to them either. There actually, I lie. I have. I thought there was a time. So after I did the firefight with Fist, and I let him live. I left the bar and I was like, oh, what if like these conversations have anything? So I spoke to, I feel really bad, but I really didn't take any note of the human party members. And I talked to the chick and I was like, oh, let's see what you've got to say. But she just made more of like a general comment about the Citadel. And that's what the male character says as well. Like, oh, I've always wanted to live in a big city. And it's like, oh, but it's the cutscenes. Well.
How are you, Sixer?
Beautiful boys.
So it's Ashley Williams and Caden. Now, here's the thing. They are cool characters in their own rights. What I recommend, all right, so whoever you pick on the main missions, that's fine. Take them in, do the main missions. What I do recommend, though, between missions, take the time, and this is like through every single one of these games. It's actually really encouraged, highly encouraged. Take the time to go around your ship between missions and speak to all the characters, because that's where you actually build the real relationship with them. That's where you get a lot of the dialogue, and that's what helps with any major certain quest points that you might get to. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. That was my intention of... So, because I'm good, just woke up and made coffee, and I wanted to come in and send my love to you two. Aww. Sixer, you're the best.
Thank you, Sixer.
You're one of the good ones. So much love.
So much love. Too much. Go away.
The idea of... Because playing Baldur's Gate, it's really taught me to utilize your other party members. It might not be bringing them out in a quest or something, but I've noticed as we're playing, it's almost as if we are doing expeditions out and then going back, reconvening. Is anyone needing to have a chat? Let's chat to them. That's how I'm going to treat the Normandy. So every time I'm back on the ship, that's my time to just, okay, let's catch up. Let's have a conversation. Do you have anything to say about what the fuck just happened? Like, that's my approach, because so far, even though I've made my shepherd very, essentially a street rat, you know, he's rough and tough. He's made a lot of good choices in his dialogue. Like, they've all been very nice. Even though I was a bit of a cunt to the council when they were saying something about Saren, and I was like, fuck off. Like, stop sucking his dick. Like, why? And I know that there's a story element. There's some huge player in the back end of all of this that's controlling, like a Palpatine. There's someone who's fucking pulling the strings for the council. There's one that I don't fucking trust. Like, I can fucking see it. I know that there's gonna be something, and they piss me fucking off. And I'm like, oh, just make me a Spectre. Just get this over with so I can get the fuck out of here, because if I could, I would pull my gun out and I would maybe shoot one of you. I don't trust... Okay. I trust the Taurian somewhat. I trust the... no, she's not Asari.
The blue chick? She blue?
Yeah. No. Purple?
I think that's probably the Asari.
Yeah, I think she's Asari. And then there's the guy who looks like a classic extraterrestrial from the 1950s.
Yeah,
you know,
fuck, what are they called? They're a man. The history of that race is kind of fucked up. But yes, I know which one you're
I don't
talking
trust
about.
him.
Mm-hmm.
He is the one I don't trust. There's something about him and his demeanor where I'm just like, if I could, I would throw you under the bus and get you fired from your position. I don't trust you.
Solarians, that's what they're called.
Solarian, which he's the only of that kind that I've been introduced to.
Yep.
But it's really fun having this, knowing what is the good, neutral, and I don't want to say bad because it's not bad. It's more aggressive.
Yep.
So the good, neutral, and aggressive conversations.
Yeah.
It allows me to then go, okay, who am I talking to? Because if I'm talking to the commander, I like him. I like the voice actor. I'm going to show you some fucking respect.
Yeah.
The councilman for the Earth, the ambassador.
He's a fucking dick.
You're a bit of a dick.
Yeah.
I'll be nice, but if you're a dick, and piss me right fucking off, I'll be a dick right back to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's how I've been treating him. But because he's an ambassador for Earth, I'm like, I've got to have some respect for my hierarchy of people, and I don't want to piss you off. But it's really, talking about it, I'm like, God, I could just put it on right now and just keep playing.
It's so good.
I'm in the Normandy,
so
and I guess now I can fly to a different area. Oh my God, I didn't even talk about it. How you get side quests is so fucking cool. So
when you're searching the galaxy?
No. So I am trying to avoid fast travel as much as I can.
Yeah.
So I've been using the elevator. And there might be a news report. And, there has been a breakout scientist getting shot on this cluster. The Alliance is sending out people to search. Go into my missions, and there it is. A mission to go to this cluster and find out what the fuck is happening.
Yeah.
I'm like, that is fucking cool.
Yep.
That is sick. It's a small thing.
Yep.
But it's just there. It allows you to just play the game organically.
Yes.
And it gives me more of an incentive not to use the fast travel, even though sprinting is a fucking joke, because you can sprint for a second, but then have fatigue for 5. And it's like, well, it's so cool. And having conversations with the different party characters while you're in the elevator, it's so charming. But I thought that was really cool when you have a news report or, you're just listening to it and it's loading the next area, but you've got a newscaster telling you something that's happening in the universe. And then it's a mission that, well, no, that's something that you can investigate. I thought that was so fucking cool. Just so, small things.
Yeah.
So I'm really enjoying Mass Effect. I'm really enjoying it.
Good.
I can't wait to continue playing it. I'm excited, even though my shepherd looks a little sassy. But that's fine.
That's your cat. That is your shepherd.
Yeah.
You can always change it into.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I'm just going to commit to it. I know how 2 starts. I remember how 2 starts, which is just something that's in almost a core memory because it was of that time. So I remember it, and someone very excited,
Mr. Diarrhea. Blessed the bitter. I gotta admit though, it's funny because I got him into that. So a side tangent. I remember I had the copy. So I was when I got my 360, I had a mate of mine that bought me Mass Effect 1 for the 360.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, play it. It's really good. You'll fucking love it. I'm like, okay. I didn't play it for like a year and a half to 2 years, I think. And then I remember seeing the trailer, and like everyone was like amazed by how amazing this game was, you know, being made by BioWare, and it was another brilliant success, and blah, blah, blah. I was like, I'm just not in the mood yet. Then the trailer for 2 came out. And boy, did that hook me. And I think what really sold it to me was they had used, whoever had came up with the trailer music for 2, must have been inspired by Nine Inch Nails, because they used a very similar kind of one specific song that I really am a fan of. And it's an instrumental song. There's no lyrics to it, but there was just the same kind of cadence and the same kind of notes and scales. I was like, okay, if you got a permission for this, awesome. But if not, fucking dope that you even took the chance to use the similar sound to. Anyway, so I was blown away, and I'm like, well, fuck, now this is really intrigued me, but I gotta go back and play the first one. So I finally loaded up the first one, played through it, and I was like, holy fucking shit, why didn't I jump on this when I fucking got it? So obviously I played through the first one, fucking chewed through that, and I started on the second, and I was probably about halfway, and I'm telling, you know, Regurgitator, dude, you need to jump on this because it's really fucking good. And he was like, yeah, okay, I'll give it a go. And I remember giving him the game. He started on 1, and I've gone to bed because he starts playing and he's really getting into it. I started playing 2 by that point at his place. So I'm like, all right, we're kind of both experiencing the game. I'm now in the second game, so I'm experiencing that. I've gone to bed, and I've woken up the next day, and he's telling me, yeah, so I've already gotten out of the Citadel, and I'm like on to this mission. And I'm like, wait, what? How long were you up for? Oh, I was up till like 3 or 4 a.m. playing it. I'm like, so you like the game? He's like, yeah, it's fucking amazing. I'm going to keep playing it today. I'm like, sweet. So yeah, it's really engaging. It's solid writing. I think it takes the right inspirations from Star Wars and Star Trek, because it's very much a Star Trek universe. But there is certain elements where you go, there's a fantastical kind of level to this universe. And it's intriguing and fun in that. And it's all like within the bounds of their science fiction, but there's just something about the fact that, oh, I can like pick up people using like this telekinetic ability that is, they're basically implants in my brain and in my body that allows me to do this. It's crazy shit. And when you get into the science that they have in the game for how that all functions and the effects on the body, it's amazing. Like the guys that wrote the Bible for this world were on another level.
Oh, yeah.
So, and I think it's why so many people want the new game to succeed, and why Andromeda was unfortunately such a failure for people, because it was like, you built such a great, rich world, and it feels like when you made Andromeda, you didn't give it the same oomph. It was like, yeah, we're doing another Mass Effect, but it's kind of, we're not as interested in really fleshing it and adding to it, because it wasn't the same creators, it wasn't the same writers behind it, it wasn't the same core team that was so dedicated and passionate to that world and that story. And I think it feels like it's meant to be a 1, 2, 3 done with the way it was probably written.
Sure.
But I think a lot of people, and I won't spoil anything, but I think a lot of people probably got to the end and went, but we wanted this to continue. We wanted this to be a Star Trek. We wanted this trilogy to be, the beginning, like the end of this saga to then go into the next. And that in itself would have been cool, but it would have changed certain elements that they had built up that are much grander in scope and far more terrifying when you think about the universe in its entirety. It's really fucking cool, and I can't wait till you get there.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's gonna be
It's going to be a long ride, but I look forward to hearing every aspect of what your thoughts are.
It's just beginning.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
It has been a lot more. It's really funny because when I played the tutorial, the first stream,
Mm-hmm.
which I'm glad that I did finish where I finished, and
Yep.
then my second stream was purely just, okay,
Citadel.
this is just the Citadel.
Yep.
It actually worked out really well because doing the tutorial was like, okay, the game is really teaching me just
Basics.
it's a shooter.
Yep.
This is your parties and whatnot. But then the game just goes, now we're just going to give you the tutorial about how to fucking interact with the world and your consequences of that. And it's like, oh, I just don't get this in many games.
But it's also it's such a great tutorial for the world itself.
Right.
Because it's like, all right, we're going to introduce the gameplay. So this is how the game plays. Now we're going to introduce you to the world, to the universe. What are your motivations? Why is it that you're out there in the fucking first place? And then they go, all right, so now that you've got your keys, you've got your fucking cruiser, go out there and start exploring. You know everything about, like, you understand what is at stake at the very beginning.
It's so good. Mm-hmm. And again, Baldur's Gate, and I mean Larian, I'm just going to say, Larian does this really well with their games, where it starts with, this is the point of why you're on this adventure. It's going to be chaotic.
Yep.
And then we take it easy. Yeah. It's colorful, it's whatnot, it's chill. You'll learn about things. And Mass Effect does something so similar where it starts off chaotic, but then you get into the Citadel and it's like, yeah, it's chill. This is where all the politics are. This is the center of a lot of races that come together.
Yep.
There's not a lot of crime here, but it's just so light and just so good. And I love it. Yep. And I can't wait. Oh, yeah. This game has taken me by surprise.
Yeah. I'm glad. I'm so excited. Like I said, I'm just excited to see and hear your experience with this game. Because there's not a lot of people that get to experience it the first time and learn to love it as much as every one of us has gotten to. Like, I am so jealous that you're getting to experience, because I would love to go through that experience again. And it's never going to be that again. It's always going to be, yep, I know the beats. But it's such a good... It's like watching Star Wars again. You know the beats so well, but you enjoy the journey. It's like such a great, like, chuck-on popcorn kind of flick. So,
yeah.
Awesome.
But that has been what I have been playing. Lots of video games. But what have you been playing?
So I've only got two to talk about. One's obviously the major one. I'll start with... Let me start again. I will start with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Just briefly. So I chucked it on the other day and I was just fucking around. I've kind of just been leveling up my character, so getting a couple of the stats up, working on my alchemy, working on some of my, like, survivalist skills. I'm struggling with hitting rabbits, so I need to, like, get my hunting down packed, because I'm just, like, every time I try to shoot the fuckers, it just misses them and they piss off, and I'm like, ugh, it's frustrating. But what was fun, because I was still running around, haven't really done any of the major quests yet, apart from finishing one off that I started the other week with the like the town witch per se, or alchemist lady who got banned out of this town, but I got her back in. I kind of got her in with good graces with one of the main lords in the area, so that was all fine. And I was doing some exploration. I was heading back to one of the other towns because my shoes had worn out again. And I'm on the way to the cobbler. I'm passing through a horse ranch. And as I'm walking past some of the horses, one of them pops up with the name Pebbles. And Pebbles is the horse that you start off the first game with. It's a horse that gets given to you, and you ride into this area with the same horse. So it's Henry's main horse. And so I see the name, and I'm like, wait a second, what? And then the character responds, wait a second, that's Pebbles. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, we're on the same wavelength here. So I go and speak to the horse rancher, find out what the fuck's going on. I'm trying to convince him that it's my horse, and he's like, yeah, well, I still bought it for like a small amount, so no, I'm not just giving it to you, because as far as I'm concerned, you look like a fucking peasant. So I'm like, all right, clearly if I come here dressed as a knight, he might be able to give me the horse straight, because I'm not. I really want the horse. How much do you want for this fucker? 60 groschen? Fine, I've got the money, awesome, give me the fucking horse. And I'm like, yes, I can finally start riding around. I'm not walking around like a retard everywhere. So I finally got my horse, start riding everywhere. It's just a fucking godsend. And I'm able to do a couple of little side questy type stuff. So I've just been keeping it really basic with it until I've leveled up a few little things, gotten a bit of money, and then I'll start on some of the major quests. So that's all fine. The main one I've been playing, though, is Crimson Desert. Now, I've sunk in, what was it? I think 3 or 4 hours on stream, and I've done a few more hours over this week. I actually played it this morning as well. Or, sorry, in the afternoon when Piper was asleep. Mm-hmm. This game's good, but it's good in a way that I don't think will necessarily jive with everyone. So I can acknowledge that the story elements are not overly strong. I think it feels more like a Zelda or a generic kind of world-building RPG where it is just, look, we're going to give you a basic premise. You know what your main mission is, but the general moment-to-moment is all about just your experience of the world and what quests you do. So it's kind of got a bit of a Monster Hunter-y type setup of basic introduction, basic motivation. You're here just to fight monsters. With this game, it's not necessarily monsters, but it's like a whole range of things. You're here to explore the world and kind of fuck around with it. And where it really shines is there is this sensation. I feel like I'm playing Red Dead Redemption 2 in its open world setting. Like today I was exploring the woods. I was in an area of the woods. It's nighttime. I'm not going off too far down like the beaten path. I'm not heading down any of the main missions because right now I'm kind of like, I'll save the main missions for now for the stream, but I'll just fuck around with the world. So I'll just explore. I start kind of picking up random shit because obviously anything that you haven't picked up or you haven't experienced, the character doesn't know what it is. So there's a question mark. So until you pick it up for the first time, then you get the little dialogue box that pops up saying, oh, you've learned what this is. It's a spider. It's a cricket. It's a fruit bug or something along those lines. Or, hey, this is an egg of some sort. Whatever it may be that you're then collecting. And the engagement and the kind of interactivity is really cool in that sense, where there's a lot of plants, there's a lot of flora and fauna that you can pick up. I ended up chasing, I think it was a beaver that was just running away from me, and I tackled it, and I held it, and then you can choose what to do with it. So if it's a big creature, as far as I could tell, I couldn't interact with it to kind of skin it then and there. but I could drop it and then shoot it with a bow and then skin it. So it was like a weird kind of, okay, maybe I haven't learned that mechanic yet, so I haven't learned how to skin on the spot. But then there are creatures, if they're small enough, you'll just pop it as an item in the cage. So then when you see the little creature as an icon in your inventory, so when you interact with it, then he skins it. So you get the meat, the bones, and the skin from it. And all of this stuff is used for some form of crafting. Now, I've only got into the crafting side from food so far, and that in itself is an interesting... Like, there is just so much. Because you're finding recipes in the world as you're exploring that you can just pick up a piece of paper, regardless of it, whether it's in someone's home or on the street. But you'll pick up a piece of paper, you'll read it, he'll pop it in his inventory. It's not considered stealing for that specific thing. For some reason, everything else is. And you can technically, once you've memorized it or learned it, it's now in your repertoire. So you can technically sell that recipe or throw it away. Like, it's entirely up to you what you want to do. You sell it because you get money for it.
Yeah.
But then you're obviously collecting whatever the ingredients that you require, and some of them it'll tell you, hey, you can use these as replacements to make the same type of meal. And then, of course, whatever meal you make will give you either health, like it replenishes your health, or it replenishes your health and stamina, or it gives you other little buffs. Like, there's stuff in there that's very Zelda chord, where if you're in the snow, I think snow will affect your stamina and maybe your healing, and same in the hotter regions when you're in the desert. So then you have to have certain foods with you that will give you resistance to that. Whether the clothes work the same way, I don't know. I haven't gotten that far into the game. The exploration does just feel... It's vast in just an organic way, and it doesn't feel like it's an Assassin's Creed of feeling like you're ticking boxes. It does just feel like I'm actually exploring the world. I can interact with a lot of the items. I'm finding stone. I'm finding, like, iron and copper that I use for crafting. I can cut down trees when I need to in order to get the lumber. Whatever creatures I find, if I'm skinning them, they will potentially give me leather that is all used for crafting and improving my gear. Which, of course, you also find gear in the world just kind of lying around. Like, you might walk past a couple of barrels, or like someone's been camping out in a particular site and they've just got a couple of arrows just sitting there in the barrel because they were practicing, or maybe they got shot. Who the fuck knows? In world building. Very Zelda-like in that sense. You know how in Zelda you just explore a random little ruin that you're in, and there's just generic items that you can pick up in order to kit yourself up with, or just give you a few extra little bombs, or God knows what. So it's the same kind of, all right, as I explore, I find things that are going to either give me riches or give me the tools that I need to get my mission done. Now, I've had a couple of, like, the random encounters where I've had a couple of bandits, like, just jump up on, like, get the jump on me, which was cool. Mm-hmm. So there seems to be some of that random surprises that can happen. You'll have enemies that are littered in the world, but they're not. This is what's fun. In the 2 hours that I was playing today, I only had 3 major encounters, and I was exploring a decent area of space. So it doesn't feel like it's a Ubisoft game where it's, oh, we are concerned that you're going to be bored, so we're going to keep fucking throwing enemies at you every 5 or 10 minutes. No, it just organically maybe throws in 1 or 2 things, and then as you explore, you might find a couple of, like, a band of enemies or a particular faction that's just hanging out in one specific area. And if you kill them, they will typically disappear unless they have loot that they are dropping. Then you can kind of go up to their bodies and loot them. Puzzles are really cool. There's a variety of different puzzles that will use certain abilities, whether it's kind of your grab ability or you've got a punch ability. I've got something else that allows me to lift objects, and I think there's other abilities that you will unlock as you play. I haven't seen what they are because I haven't really encountered too many puzzles, but there was one that I found in someone's house that I was shocked because it's literally something that you have to, and this is the weird thing about the game. If you want to steal anything, you can't just steal a la carte. You have to wear a bandana. So the game's got this weird, like, internal mechanic where you put on a bandana, and that's what gives you the ability to steal. And you can see people's pouches. So if you highlight, like, you can pull out your torch, you kind of look, you've got the look button. When you use that, it'll highlight the pouches on people's purses as they're walking around through the town. Or in this instance, I've gone into someone's home, and instead of it just being a generic chest, no, it's a puzzle box that I'm having to solve this little puzzle in order to break open his fucking lock and get the pouch of whatever he's got. And I thought, that's cool. It's not just, lockpick or have a key and then break in and find a couple of chests or steal whatever's in his home. You've actually put in a little bit more extra effort and make me work for it. So that's all really cool.
Gosh.
Yeah. There was a fuck ton of bounties that I picked up in the town. Like, it's amazing how you go through the town. So the way they introduce you to the side quests and all the different ways that you can interact with the game. And I think it's really cool. So you've got the main mission, but then you get these side quests where it's like, okay, go speak to the blacksmith because he needs help collecting ore. And that's how they teach you to go, all right, this is how you mine ore. This is how you then go back, and this is how you then upgrade your sword or your shield or whatever it is that he's asked you to upgrade. Oh, the cook is needing something. She doesn't know how to cook a specific recipe. She's struggling. Can you do it for her? So she gives you the actual ingredients, and it's how they teach you how to cook for the first time. Or, like, you have another character that needs lumber, so you learn how to cut trees and, like, get your lumber and then bring it back to build whatever you fucking need to build. So the game has these organic side quests that introduce you to the game, and I think there's probably going to be more that'll just be general, go and collect this, so it's maybe a reason to learn about the other resources in the game. And I think that's all fine and dandy. And then you get the bounties, which are very much, there's a beggar that's going around stealing shit. Can you go track him down? If you kill him, you won't get as much of the reward, but if you bring him back, you get the full reward. So then this is funny. You literally go up to these people, you see them, you spot them, and you just tackle them, and you just start beating the shit out of them until eventually it gives you the prompt to pick them up so that you can then chuck them on your horse or carry them to the prison. No questions, no, like, interrogation, nothing. It's just like, beat the shit, and you're listening to the character going, please, I don't know what you're doing. Why are you doing this to me? I'm innocent. I swear I didn't do nothing. It's like, fucking hell, this is so fucking cool. So yeah, there was a ton of bounties that I picked up because you're walking around the town and you're seeing these little purple markers that tell you, that's a quest. And they're typically bounties, but there are a couple that were the side quests that teach you about the rest of the game. So I picked up a whole bunch of these bounties, and now most of the bounties are outside of the town. Like, they're actually further in to the area, like the first starting area. So I'm like, okay, yeah, I gotta travel a bit. They're a bit further. They're actually past where my next main mission is, so I'll leave them for now. Mm-hmm. So I've got a whole bunch of those that I need to sort out and get done for their respective rewards. One of the issues, so yeah, there's obviously been the big update. I've put it in the news, so they've had their massive update on tweaking some of the mechanics. I had a weird instance where the jump ability wasn't doing what it needed to initially on my stream. Like, I thought they had updated it and it didn't for the stream. but now it is, because when I played it on the laptop, it was fine. So the jump button initially didn't function like a jump button. You would have to hold and then let go for the character to jump, whereas now they've actually fixed it so it actually just functions like a jump button. So it seems like they've tweaked, they've tweaked a lot of those mechanics. The issue that you get in this game really comes down to things like interacting in the world. So you will see items that, whether it's a bug or an animal that you're trying to pick up, if you're not looking at it in the right angle and you press the A button, I think he does like his jump as opposed to grab. So there's little things like that where, because of the context sensitive nature of it, it kind of means that you're not necessarily able to interact with the item, because you do need to look at it and you need to give the game a second to register that I'm looking at this, I want this interaction, because it'll highlight it. So it'll be like, you'll see the prompt, but it'll be grayed out until you actually have it, like the game recognizes it and it goes white. And that's when you can press it. But then when you're chasing something, it's like, all right, well, I got to be looking at this fucking squirrel. So I then have to make sure that I'm looking at it and then holding A as I'm interacting with it so I can actually catch the fucker. So there's little things like that that can maybe get in the way and may get frustrating. If you're not patient with it and you just expect it to be like every other game where it's just like you see something, you just press the A button instinctively and it's just auto pick up. It doesn't function that way. I think that's why I use Red Dead 2 as a perfect example, because there's a lot of that not over the top animation, but there's that extra effort to the animation that they put in where it feels like there's some organicness to it. It doesn't quite go. So when he's skinning stuff, it's not like you're seeing him spend like 10, 15 seconds cutting up the animal. It's literally, he just strips it and it's like done. So there's some of that quality of life animation, and then there's other stuff where you feel the clunkiness of the character, how he moves, how he interacts. The way
that's meant to be slower pace.
Absolutely. And I think this is that's kind of the friction that I think people are having. Because I'm approaching this slow, I'm not playing this like a reviewer. I'm not trying to headbutt and force my way through this experience. I'm giving myself the opportunity to learn how the game wants to be played, because it is different. It does do certain things differently than what most people are used to. I got stuck on a puzzle where the game simply tells you, grab onto the power item and then use your punch. And I'm like, okay. So I see this thing on the floor that's resonating with energy. So I'm thinking I gotta grab it with my little grab ability and interact with it that way. And that's not working. Okay, what the fuck am I doing? And then all of a sudden I realize, I look up and I see the door where all the energy is going to, because again, you can use your little vision ability and it highlights, like in this instance, you can see the electricity moving towards an area. So you kind of go, okay, well, that's where everything's going towards. So I should be interacting with that door. And then I'm there trying to interact with the circular bit of the door with my hand, and that's not doing anything. And it's like, okay. And then I realize after rereading it like 10 times, oh, I meant to climb up onto the door, get onto that switch, and then use the punch. So I'm like punching myself off of it, activating the door. Fuck me. It's written that way, but you don't think about it that way because there's all this extra shit and you're so confused and overwhelmed by everything else because it hasn't quite maybe given you the instant hint. And as I pointed out in a small little short that I also popped out, I almost feel like all these games that have given us the markers and given us the clues and the hints have almost made us too stupid or too illiterate. I don't know. And maybe on the other spectrum, I'm also cognizant of the fact that I don't want to give the game too much leeway, because I've heard that there are some puzzles that can get really fucking complicated because they're simple, but they're not necessarily as simple as you might expect them to be. But I did encounter a really cool puzzle today. So I'm exploring again. I'm just kind of like just making my way through this little area. I go past a little village area. I kind of speak to some of the townspeople there. They've got a butcher. They've got this. They got that. Okay, I sell some of my gear. I keep going. I go up a hill. I start kind of climbing up one of the rock wall ravine type things. I get up on the top, and then I find like this massive hole, like a chasm that I glide into, and there's this door, like this old ancient door that's got grass growing on it, and I interact with it. Like I pull out my sword, and it instantly notices that there's a memory. So I've got this tool that you get early on in the game, which is this like copper helmet that you pop on, and it allows him to see memories. So you watch the memory. It's these 4 adventurers that are like, there's got to be some treasure behind this door. Okay, cool. So I interact with the door. I like slam it, and then I'm able to like actually interact. So I push it open, and I'm now inside this old little ruined this room with 2 maps on either side. In the middle, there's a hole with 3 interactable cranks. And then I've got a door that's closed on the other side. So I'm trying to interact with the door, and I'm like, okay, well, I can't open it. I need to figure out these 3 cranks. I'm playing with them. I'm kind of looking at the map. I can't see anything that relates to the cranks. I'm like, I'm missing something. What am I missing? Let's have a look at the map properly. And I start paying attention to the map, and I go, wait a second. Because it's faded. But I can see 3 crosses marked on this map. So I take a photo of the map, I compare it with the map of the world, and I kind of go, that's it there. That's that ravine. Okay, so if I mark a cross there, I should be able to find one of the 3 clues that I need. And I get there, lo and behold, on the actual cliff edge, I see the image, one of the images that I needed. I'm like, fine, this is fucking cool. Like, I've got the clue in the world. Like, the game literally tells me, all right, you're in the world, you're in the puzzle room, the clues are outside, go out there, find it, then come back and open the door. And that's what I did. Find the 3 clues, go back in, get the little relic at the end of the door, and I'm like, it's so small. But if this game offers this level of creativity in the puzzles, I'm fucking down, because it's so unique and in such a cool way. I've actually got a map that I found, a treasure map that I still haven't figured out, where it's given me some sort of view of a castle with a fort, like a little tower that I need to get on top of the tower, but I need to figure out what castle and what location that's in, because I still haven't quite jerry to where that treasure is. But you get all of this really neat stuff with a little bit of the clunkiness, because they are trying to do so much. And I think if people just give it the time and the patience, it will be such a cool fucking experience. I actually mentioned on stream, and I had someone actually made a comment while I was playing it. Because as I was playing it, I'm like, you know what? This game would be fucking cool. Like, I know that this game initially was supposed to be a new MMO that they were making, but they couldn't get the MMO side of it working, so they decided, well, we're just going to turn it into a single-player game, which I think is dope. But what would be really neat is if they can add a multiplayer element where, like, you and I or a couple of people can jump in and go through some of the world together. And the person that was on stream with me said, actually, that is something that they are considering doing. It is something that they want to implement, where they want to add a GTA Online aspect to it. And I thought, if they fucking do that, and they tweak a couple of the bits, because I think the foundations of the open world are there.
Mm-hmm.
I think they have nailed. They're probably the only team that I would say are the closest to hitting a similar level of interactivity and exploration that GTA has on an organic level. The story I can vouch that the story is probably fucking like crap or just generic. Whatever it is, it's just the story just exists for the sake of a drive.
Pushing you along.
Yeah. But it's not, this isn't Rockstar level of storytelling. This isn't, and even the developers, like one of their spokespeople basically said the same thing. We never wrote the story to be something that is supposed to be overly engaging because we want you to just enjoy being in the world, however long it takes. And I thought that if you're making an open world that big and that's how you've designed it, fucking power to you, man. That's fucking cool. Because at least you have acknowledged that not everyone's going to go through this game and power through it and go, oh, I really enjoyed, like, I needed to play this massive 300, 600 hour open world game just to get the story. They're like, no. We want you to just enjoy being in the world and being in the space. And we're going to give you some interesting little random story quests that happen in a very MMO-like fashion. And I think it's all it needs to be. Like, this isn't, if you want quality storytelling, I honestly feel like sometimes that type of storytelling works better in a single player, more linear fashion than it does in an open world. Because at least this way, I don't feel like, right now, I don't feel like there's this suspension of disbelief where I have a really serious threat that's happening, but I'm off just collecting fucking flowers and doing all this random shit.
Yep.
Like, it feels congruent to the world. I've been thrown into, like, there's two factions that are fighting each other. We lost. I basically die, but get revived by a bunch of fucking eternal gods. This was fucking cool because it's like there's like another plane which is considered, it's almost like a heaven that exists, and that's how they explain the floating worlds in the sky, because you don't actually see them. You never see them when you're on ground level because they exist on another plane. So when you're up there and you're looking down at the world, it's like you're like one of the gods. You're looking down onto the world, and when you are going and flying down, you're actually breaking through their plane into the real world. So there's the way the world building and the storytelling in this works, which again gives you the justification for how you can die and how you can just come back to life, because he's now got he's been given a gauntlet that essentially makes him like a god. He's still human, he can still die, but it just keeps him alive. So yeah, I'm really liking it. What I've played so far, I'm really liking it. It is overwhelming. There's a lot there, but what I see is really cool. Oh, there's even fucking one of the towers I went into had ropes, like a trap rope. And what was neat was the fact that you walk through it and it activates the little spinning discs that come that are designed to basically cut through you. But I cut one of these with the sword. And I thought, that's cool. And then someone pointed on stream, oh yeah, also don't forget that you can do your precise jump and just jump over them. And I'm like, that is also cool. I love this. I appreciate that, just the little tweaks and touches that the game has, that the game gives you, that it just gives you all these tools and it goes, we're going to slowly introduce this. This isn't meant to be a fucking sprint. It's a marathon. You're meant to enjoy the experience. You're meant to kind of get down, get dirty, try different things, experiment, see what works, see what doesn't, and just enjoy the journey. And the tone, the feel, it's really nice.
It's funny because I brought this up last time, but this is my issue with reviewing games this sheer size.
Mm-hmm.
Because they play it in such a time restraint that they release reviews. I'm sure it's not a perfect game, but it's doing something different enough that you need to approach it in such a particular way of this is meant to, it's slow, it's not an action-packed fast forward game. Take your time. It's an adventure. There's so many things that happen.
Yep.
And I feel the way that you're talking about it has given me such a more retrospect in, well, all the reviews I've read have just said that it just doesn't work. It's not as good as it could be. It's what I think is just the approach of how you play the game. If you don't have a time restraint, and I get it, if you're doing journalism, you've got time constraints. You want to get that shit out so people are clicking on your page. I get it. It's all about engagement.
Yeah, and you're also stressing about the fact that, all right, well, we got to get this massive game done because we've got another 5 or 10 titles that we've got keys to, and we need to start playing that so we can actually get all the pre-release reviews out for that. So it's like, I get it. It is stressful.
100%.
I also
game is just it just sounds so much fun that it really is. And I was cautious because of all the reviews that I was reading, but as time has gone by, people have spent a lot more time with it. People are now playing it as it's intended to be played, which is a lot more slower and take your time, play the game, learn it. The game's going to tell you what to do if you're unsure. You know, sure, the tutorial might be a long time because there's a lot to this fucking game.
I think this is the difficulty that people just can't get to grips with. And I get it. We're used to, as a society of gamers, we're used to being given games that kind of just throw us in there. Or like Elder Scrolls and most of the FromSoft games just kind of go, we're just dumping you in. We've got a tutorial here on the side. It's optional. It's up to you whether you choose to read the fucking 10 or 15 little notes on the ground that we've literally put as a, how do you do this? How do you do that? How do you do this? Or here's the little tutorial run in Elden Ring. Choose to do it, choose not to. That's entirely up to you. Otherwise, there's the fucking door. Go play the game. That's great. And it works for a very specific type of game or a very specific type of experience. And
I love how Elden Ring did it. I thought that was really charming.
Yeah, I think it was great.
But it's such a bite-sized taste of, this is what you do.
Yep.
You're going to have a stretch of enemies that you're going to come across. These are the different types of things that you can do within the world. You can hide in a bush. You can stealth attack. You can do all of this. And then at the end of this little road, you're going to come across a boss.
But the difference is, Elden Ring doesn't have the level of complexity that this game does. Elden Ring doesn't have you cutting down trees. It doesn't have you crafting and looking up recipes for different types of food. It doesn't have you doing bounties. It doesn't have you... It's got you going off on a journey. You've got some crafting, but it's mostly about going off and fighting bosses and fighting enemies. That's it.
Yep.
And then leveling up your gear.
It's the spectacle of the world. It's the same as any of their other games. It's the spectacle of the world and you exploring this very confined open world.
Correct. Now you compare that to Red Dead 2 that everyone fucking complains about the introduction of that game. Oh my god, the snow. It just takes forever. Yes, it does. Because they need to show you how the game operates. They need to teach you how all the mechanics work so that when the game finally opens up and you finally get to your first campsite and the game goes, there's your main mission, or have fun, you at least know what the fuck you're doing. And I think that is important. And I get that some gamers just want to kind of dive in and start playing. But then you have the opposite problem where it's like, well, the game doesn't tell me anything. What the fuck am I supposed to do? It's got a bunch of mechanics I don't even understand. Okay. Did you not understand it because you just went straight from main mission to main mission to main mission? Because if you did that, then yeah, you're probably going to miss certain mechanics. Because I stuck around the main town, I've collected all the bounties, all the different quests, so I'm suddenly getting all the side missions, which are now teaching me all the main things that I need to know in order to progress through this game, in order to understand how things operate. And so now I've got a base understanding of that. I'm experimenting with what I've learnt. Now I'll go do the main mission and continue on my quest and see how I go with that. And again, it's not to say that the game's perfect, and this is the one thing that I give this team credit, where everyone is bitching about the perfection, or the fact that things are broken, the fact that things aren't working, or the fact that things need to be tweaked. It's like, okay, there are certain things that I think this developer is just going to stay firm on because they just recognize this is just how the game needs to operate. This is how we've designed it. Mm-hmm. You can't change that. What they can maybe tweak are maybe some of the interactivities or maybe some of the controls. How they do that, will it work, will it not work? I don't know. That's something that they're now looking at and assessing and playing with. And the fact that they're taking that feedback on and they're working as hard as they can, as quickly as they can to update, like all the general updates that they've done recently is fucking amazing. And I do always love how people get really shitty. I had one person make a comment, and it's a valid comment, where they're like, yeah, I don't buy, like, games, when I'm paying money for them, they need to be perfect day one. This is why I don't buy games day one. I usually buy them later. I'm like, that's fair. I understand that. If you've been burnt so many times by games being broken on day one, 100% understand. They don't have to be.
I will say that is a really good approach to video games, especially now.
Absolutely.
I mean, when we used to play games, it was burnt on a disc, and that's all you got.
But how small were they? But how small? They were much smaller beasts compared to this game, where it's trying to do so much in such a large space. It's no wonder that, okay, your early parts of the game, just like Baldur's Gate had this fucking issue. Everyone praises Baldur's Gate. It's like, yeah, all the fuckers that either played it slowly or picked it up later would have had, like, we're having a wonderful time. But I'm sure the people that played it day one got to Act 3 and went, what the fuck? Things are broken. Quests aren't doing what they're meant to. Yeah, because they polished the shit out of Act 1 and parts of Act 2 that they hadn't quite figured out all the kinks in Act 3 yet.
And Act 3 only came out with 1.0. This Baldur's Gate came out as early access, and you only had access to Act 1 and 2. And Act 2 was a progression over early access. Yeah. Act 3 wasn't touched on until the game came out. No. And you're right. It wasn't until it was fully released that they started pouring updates. And they're like, yep, we're fixing this. We're going to tweak a couple of things, interactions, side quests, main quests, items. And you're right. That game is huge. Like, we haven't even scratched the surface of Act 3.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah.
But the approach of... okay. I'm still hesitant, but I'll eventually get Borderlands 4. Eventually. I ain't touching that fucking shit with a 10-foot pole until there is a complete edition.
Yeah.
And $10, $15, and I'll get everything.
Look,
I'll wait patiently.
I'm happy to spend... Games. Yeah, look, that's the other big fucking issue. I'm happy to spend like $30-$40 on it, personally, for me. But
with the history of those games going for so cheap, what's the fucking point of even paying that? They go so cheap. I've seen Borderlands 3 go for $12. And that's a complete edition. Well, I'll just wait.
Yeah, well, this is what was funny about seeing Outer Worlds 2, where Microsoft was like, oh, you know, we're going to start really harking down on this American $80. For us, it's $110. $110. Now, and I saw it went on sale for like $65. I'm like, if you're now just, oh my god, I don't know. The psychology of that is so fucked, because when I see something like Sekiro like only like going down by like 25 or 30% max, and I go, this is a team that's committed to their price point because they know what they've got and they will not fucking bend to that. And I think that's brilliant. But then you get other teams where you just go, well, I know your track record. Ubisoft is a perfect example. You released a game at full price, and you've said this yourself. Why would I buy it at full price when I can get it so much cheaper? The fact that I've seen, and I've thought about buying it multiple times, but because I'm not going to play it, it's like, I'll wait. But Avatar, I want to play their Avatar game and try it out because I've heard pretty good things. And it's gone down as cheap as fucking $30. And I go, what the fuck are you doing? Why? Are you that desperate? Fucking hell. So it's no wonder that their fucking stock is just shit. Yeah. But like, in all honesty, and this is my biggest issue, this game is such a weird, unique fucking marvel. Like, what they're trying to do, what they've accomplished so far, and what they're then theoretically going to add to it later down the line is just insanity. But when I look at this and I go, well, why would I spend money on a Ubisoft game when you're giving me literally a fucking eighth of that in mechanics and gameplay? And this game gives me a large open world that I feel like if I actually start exploring most of the space, I feel like I will actually get some unique content. Maybe the enemies that I will fight will feel generic and it'll just be, oh yeah, I feel like I'm playing another Dynasty Warrior, but it's everything in between that will have some unique little pizzazz of this is how we're kind of changing this puzzle or this aspect of the game. And so I look forward to exploring it. Like, I don't think it's necessarily a game I'm going to finish, but I'll put it this way. It's the Zelda that I've always wanted. For me on PC, with my, like, the ability to do it without doing some shady shit to, like, play it and try it.
Yeah.
So
Which is funny because you have a Switch. So
well,
you don't have to
my
do
wife has a Switch, but I still haven't gone out of...
You both have a Switch.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I have a Switch just like Kate has a PlayStation, but, you know.
Exactly.
She's playing the Switch, I'm playing my PlayStation. There's clearly kind of a loyalty and a preference. You know what, I will say, I need to try and encourage her, and we'll see if Nintendo ever releases an OLED version of the Switch 2. But she fucking loves that thing. She loves the portability of it. And I go, that's great.
Oh,
if you enjoy
tell me about it.
I get it. I love my Steam Deck, but because I'm such a graphic whore, there are things that like frame rate and graphics, I just go, no. But that's why I bought the laptop. And the laptop is like that
too.
No. No. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen.
Can I just say that
I'll get it for
has
Kate.
been, to me, the Switch 2 is just the Switch Pro. It runs games so fucking well that I'm astounded at just... I'm just playing on this thin piece of hardware games at a smooth 60. And it's like, how? How are you doing this?
Yeah, awesome. Yeah.
This is so good.
NVIDIA tech, man. NVIDIA's just fucking... Say what you will about their fucking business practices and like their attitude to, you know, people and art, but it's
how they got to that point, though.
They know what the fuck they're doing. They figured out that, okay, we can't brute force this. We need to find fucking tricky ways and create a completely different architecture that's having to do something on the back end. So it's like simulating it. Because otherwise, if we brute force this, we don't have the battery tech to facilitate the amount of power that's required, let alone PCs having, like, the 40 series and the 50 series high-end cards for the American market are so powerful that you're technically needing to connect it to multiple outlets to facilitate that power. That's how fucked it is. Now here it's fine in Australia because we have a higher what is it called? Voltage? Wattage? Whatever it is. Where ours is higher.
Wattage.
Yeah. Ours is higher, so we've got a little bit more playroom. But imagine if they just kept going, it needs more power, it needs more power, it needs more power, it needs more power. Eventually you hit a breaking point where it's like, well, now this isn't friendly for a general consumer. Yeah, it's not viable. Which is where like they suddenly go, well, we'll just put it for streaming so you can stream the game. How is there an update for this game? What the fuck?
Oh, there's a hotfix. That went out yesterday.
Yeah, fair enough. That's a pretty big hotfix.
Might take... Yeah, it's rewriting 80 gig.
Oh, shit! Well, it's downloading. It's at 71%, so should have probably done that beforehand. Yeah, so no, I'm loving the game. I've had weird glitch. I've had one weird glitch with you can hide under carts, which I haven't even played with how the stealth mechanics. Apparently the stealth is kind of a little bit broken. It doesn't quite work as well. But you can hide under carts. And then I came out the other end and I got stuck in this weird fucking fashion. And I'm like, oh, I can't get out until eventually it just warped me out. I think you can hide in trees because I was climbing a tree today. It was a tree that had apples. And so I've like climbed up the tree and then he's able to like, in a weird fashion, it's not perfect, but you can kind of like shimmy and he jumps from like branch to branch, which is neat. But then I ran out of stamina and then tried to jump, but I've used one of the abilities accidentally and just the tree just fell. So I'm like, oh, well, I should have just done that and I can just pick up the apples and be done with it. So it's just the tools that it gives you while just letting you play it however you want is refreshing, to say the least. And I'm loving... I love the pace. I love the slow nature of it. I love that it's not trying to just, hey, we're going to gamify everything and give you all the fucking... but we're going to hold your hand through everything. We're going to expect you to know. It's like, no, just take it slow. Enjoy it. Take your time. Learn the mechanics. Play around with stuff. I will say, I would like them to tweak the inventory system. It is probably too much like a Zelda, but in the worst way. So it doesn't properly itemize and organize your inventory. So you know how in Zelda, with the new ones, it gives you your materials in one space, your weapons in another, your shields in another, your bows in another. Like each of the different tools have their own unique grid that you can then level up your pouches or your grid, your squares. This just dumps everything onto the one. And so you don't really have a clear organized management with your items. There are certain items it does itemize in their own unique column on the side of the inventory, but for the most part, every individual item that you pick up takes up a space. And you get spaces through doing the side quests. So, like, you're typically given 3 extra pouches, and then I think you can buy individual pouches to increase it again. So, yeah. This is the thing, I'm still very early in the game. I'm still getting my head around all the other mechanics and all the other fun little things that the game has on offer. But what I've experienced so far has just been heartfelt. Really fun. On to some newsy bits. What do you want to start with?
Oops. Let me just change this quickly. So now comes the yap session.
Yep. The bit that certain people love. Impulsive. Wow. Not so much.
Mine are more involved with Nintendo. There's a few things that I've got on here that I've written about. Pokémon Champions.
Yes, let's start with that.
Which,
all right, I'm cool with that. Don't get rid of that because
I'm really impressed in their approach because the hands-on of the game that was exclusive to Therapy, which is a huge Wikipedia of Pokemon.
Yep.
They're making it very approachable to a lot of players. So they're getting rid of the IVs so that everyone has a fair chance. Only Mega Pokemon is the mechanic so far. Z Crystals and Terrestrializing and Gigantamaxing are coming later, but we're starting with Mega Pokemon.
So wait, hold on. You're telling me they've essentially removed all the EVs?
IVs.
IVs. Really?
Yep. So this means that all Pokemon will have a balance. I think they all have 31 in IVs, which is the highest you can have in a stat.
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry. Yep. All right. Gotcha.
So
different. Completely stat.
Yeah. So IVs are independent values. EVs are effort values, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Effort values is EV. IV, I think, is independent. I think. This, to me, is a really good approach for now everyone to play and get into the competitive field. And it's more about, well, utilize your fucking moves. Yep. What moves do you want your Pokemon to have? So I think that's really smart. It will be interesting to see which Pokemon will be banned, because Rayquaza was banned in competitive because of how broken it was. It's just so OP that they banned it from competitive. So I'm looking forward to experiencing this. Not that I will ever get into competitive, because that is a whole fucking different ball game altogether.
Yep.
And that's not why I play Pokemon. But this is looking good. I like that they've made a platform for their tournaments that they have. Instead of relying on each individual game, it's just, no, this is the game that we'll use from now on. You can import your Pokemon into. Eventually, in the later seasons, we'll have all the other gimmicks. But right now, Mega Pokemon is what everyone loves the most. So let's just start with this. And I'm happy with that. I think the Pokemon Company is finally switching on to what the community likes. Did you have any thoughts on Champions?
Look, I'm just really impressed and enamored, I guess, because let's face it, a lot of us, I never had a Nintendo growing up. I honestly never really had a console, but Pokemon Stadium was just one of those really fucking cool games I remember playing and enjoying the concept of, let's remove all the RPG shit and just have you pick your 6 Pokemon or however many and battle it out. And I thought that was cool. And I always wondered, why haven't they tried to do that in a modern context? And I guess there was just really no point. This kind of really does solve that mechanic. And you're right, it just focuses on the PvP, on the competitive side, and goes, just the combat. So now every player who's got Pokemon, it makes it much easier and convenient to jump in and battle each other with these Pokemon. And I think it's, in a way, they kind of very cleverly give you, for the people that don't have the games, a free way to jump in and use some of them on a random chance basis, because I don't think you get to keep it. I think unless you're using their in-game currency in order to buy them a la carte. Versus what I gather is, if you've got the games and you've got your own Pokemon, those I guess you kind of get to keep within this game itself. But overall, I think I just love the fact that they've somehow managed to implement a system that they're going to balance with, hey, all the Pokemon that you have from these handful of games, you can transfer them in and have at it and go play with them. So what I'm seeing is really cool. Whether it all comes together, and I reckon people will enjoy it and play it, but you're right. They're going to have to be very mindful of the balancing, especially if it revolves around a competitive scene. That's going to be the challenging part. So fingers crossed for them that they get this right, because if they do, this is a fucking moneymaker. Hands down, they will be making fucking... They'll be shitting money up out of their asses from customers. Just, yeah.
100%.
If they nail it.
And you're right. This is the alternative to Pokemon Stadium. Just not cooperative, PvP.
Yeah. Yep. So that's all I really had to say, honestly. Because there's just not much else I can really add to it. I don't have, I don't have a Switch. I don't have any interest in this, but I am fascinated.
You can download it on your phone.
Yes, that is true. That is true. And like I said before, there are ways to unlock them, but I think they're only temporary, not permanent. To my knowledge. Maybe they've got something.
As far as I'm aware, you can get them in-game in I think it's a rotating roster, or using the home compatibility. Any Pokemon you've caught from, say, from Gen 1 all the way through to ZA, you can bring them across. Granted, if you've used the Pokemon Bank from the DS and 3DS era, which is still working, by the way, you can then transfer it into the game. So if you've got your favorite Pokemon, say I've got a shiny Umbreon that I absolutely love and is with me at every game that I can bring it into, I can then transfer it into Champions and it will be my ace Pokemon.
Yep.
So I like this. I didn't expect much more, but this is good.
Since we're on the topic of Nintendo, do you want to talk about... So Nintendo's basically announced that they are cutting their Switch 2 development by over 30% due to a lack of American sales. I was kind of surprised by this. I thought that they were actually doing okay. I didn't realize that they were actually not selling as many.
Considering the political climate of what's happening in America, it makes sense.
Yep.
I believe a lot of things their dollar is really high.
Yep.
So I imagine the tariffs, the citizens of the country just don't have a lot of money to spend on a commodity. Is it a commodity? No.
Well, it's a piece of entertainment.
Yeah, which isn't a necessity, where food and water is, and a house, a roof, is so much more important for them. So I imagine that's their focus in why they're cutting sales or shipments for the Switch 2.
We'll get to that impulsive. I do have that on my list of notes.
Yes, Fortnite is a topic on mine as well.
Yeah.
What I find interesting is their move with pricing, though. Physical games for the Switch are going to remain the same, but digital sales will decrease.
Going up. Oh, that's right. Yes, I did read that. I actually forgot to put that on my notes. Thank you for adding that. I'm surprised that Sony hasn't tried this, because I think this is the thing that, for me as a customer, I'm still going off and buying Sony games physical, because guess what? They are actually technically cheaper in store if I go pick them up at JB versus picking them up on their storefront. The only benefit buying it on their storefront is the fact that I then have access to the game to be downloadable on any system. But I don't give a shit about that because I'm only buying the one console, and maybe for the next generation, which theoretically I will just buy a fucking CD-ROM drive. So go fuck yourself, Sony.
Though Sony has been doing something very shifty, and I don't particularly agree with it, but they are doing, I forget what word the term is, but they are changing prices on their games depending on each profile.
Well, it's in each region, they've essentially now approved that every individual person is going to get very different pricing. How that works, I don't know. I haven't read anything. No one's kind of analyzed it. I know apparently it's active in majority of countries now. So you will get one price versus I will get another price for the exact same game through the exact same storefront in the exact same country. And I would say it's predicated on a couple of factors: how often you're looking at it, whether you've got it as a favorite, whether it's something that you're interested in, or whether it's associated with another game that you might have played recently. They could be multiple different factors. So yeah, I don't like it. I rather know that we're both getting it at the same price, because now I don't trust them. So now it's within my responsibility to start recording the price and seeing whether I'm actually getting because apparently there is a maximum discount that they will put through on a game. I think it's like 28%. So now it's a case of, all right, am I actually getting the 28% discount, or am I getting like 24 or 20 or 18 or 5? Like, what am I getting here? So I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
So
I think it's going to cause an unfair market. It just doesn't sit right.
No, as long as you're aware of it. The reality is most people won't be. And so most people will just be looking at it going, oh, I got it at this price. And someone else will mention, well, I got it at this price. And that's when the conversation starts. But how many people really kind of remember how much they spent on a game? They have a general idea, but not necessarily a, full comprehensive. They're not recording it or keeping in mind every single purchase. And I think that's the other aspect to this, that they might be targeting the people that are buying more games on the network. So just trying to edge them to go, hey, maybe you can buy this extra one that you've had your eye on a couple of times and we've just dropped it a little bit more for you. There you go. Yeah. Well, I mean, speaking of PlayStation, they are actually raising the cost of their fucking consoles. So
Aren't you
they've
lucky
gone
you
up.
bought it when you did?
Oh man, isn't it great that my investment on the system, thanks to my wife, was better spent at the beginning of the generation, not later on, which I find is fucked up. But again, the climate, the situation with how things are going at the moment. You know what sucks though? I look, I enjoy the system, but I don't feel like I've actually gotten my value out of it yet. I feel like when GTA comes out, when Wolverine comes out, and maybe a few other titles, I will feel like I've actually got the worth out of it. But as it stands right now, it's kind of like I've had a handful of games I've actually exclusively played on it, but not as many as I'd like.
Yeah. It's funny because both Microsoft and Sony have always struggled with their consoles when they launch. And it's always near the end of the life cycle that they start getting those games because games now take so long to build.
And that's
Whereas
half of my
the
issue right now, because like I think my biggest, apart from GTA, my next biggest game that I'm really actually wanting to sink my teeth into and I really want to play is the new Naughty Dog one. That's it.
Yep.
Fucking Intergalactic and the Heretic Prophet. Give me that. And the fact that it's taking them so long to make it is really infuriating. My hope is that what they're building is supposed to be a pretty big open space, so I don't think it's going to be a small game, theoretically, but those are just assumptions. Because typically speaking, Naughty Dog has usually designed more linear structured games, so whatever they're making is clearly a larger scale adventure, so yeah. And Wolverine for me is kind of it'll be fun. It's
Yeah.
something I'll knock out in a couple of weeks, but I'm not hoping for anything amazing with it.
I think there will be something grand. Because if they're taking this long, because how long did it take for Last of Us 2 to finish for you?
To finish the game?
Yep.
Oh. What's the normal playtime for that? I don't even know. It's like 20 plus hours. Like it's a long game. It's not short.
I imagine it's going to be somewhat a little bit longer.
How long to beat? There we go. Once my touch typing kicks into gear. What are we looking up? Last of Us Part 2. Yeah, 23 hours. 20 main plus extra, 28 and a half. But I don't know whether that's 28 and a half for all the achievements or if that's going off and doing some of the little optional quests, which that probably sounds about right. So this is the thing. 2 is a substantially larger game.
Mm-hmm.
Because you are essentially playing through 2 characters worth of content, and then you get the epilogue at the end, which kind of concludes everything. Well, I mean, I call it an epilogue, but it's essentially like act 3 of the story. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
And I would imagine Intergalactic would be something of a bigger size. To complete it, maybe 25 hours. To do extra stuff, 35.
Yeah,
Completionist, maybe 50.
I've got this
Depending on
feeling.
how big.
Go on. Finish your thought process. Sorry.
Oh, no. That was my thought process.
They've made the statement that they've been heavily inspired by some of the Souls games. So I am questioning whether they are attempting to
What?
do more open world. exploration. How that looks for them, I don't know. Because
So Elden Ring?
Yeah. That's kind of the sense. Because this is going to be their first melee. I mean, first in a long time, because I know they did Jack and Daxter, but first in a long time, melee-focused gameplay. So I don't know how much long-distance shooty, bang mechanics there's going to be in this. But again, we haven't seen anything, so how the fuck am I supposed to know? I've got a feeling it's probably going to be something closer to like the recent God of War games, where there's going to be open areas, there's going to be some linear sections, because of course I think they've been known for doing, the very cinematic little vignette set pieces, and I feel like you're probably going to have some of that interspersed in whatever this space is that you're exploring on the planet.
Yeah.
So, we'll see. But no, cost of the thing is going up, so it sucks for anyone buying it, which makes me wonder, how does Rockstar feel about the whole situation? Because they are about to release their biggest game that they've been working on for a very long time, that they've spent a fuck ton of money on. They are theoretically, as far as I can tell, going to have a lot of marketing push behind Sony's system. Maybe there might be something for Xbox. They might actually now be looking at and this is now the big curiosity, would they then be now going, well, if we want to get this game into more people's hands, we now need to make sure it's functioning on the Xbox Series S, and then maybe a Switch 2 port, so that at least we're getting the most amount of sales for this thing, because we've spent fucking millions of billions of dollars on this fucking product. So it's a bit concerning.
Oh, the games industry.
It's a bit fucked at the moment, isn't it? It sucks.
Which can lead us into 1,000 staff members being laid off at Epic.
Dude.
Which is a ridiculous amount.
Yeah, but then when you hear the fact that they cut back on that many staff members, increase the price of their, what are they called? The V-Bucks?
V-Bucks.
And then as well the season pass type content. And then apparently their stock prices go up, I think, or unless that was another company. But it's fucked. It's absolutely fucked.
This could be the death of Fortnite. I think a lot of people have moved on from it. I haven't looked at the stats of how many people are playing.
Well, you did hear that along with the 1,000 people that they're laying off, they've shut down, I think, 3 of the modes. So what was it? I'm trying to actually remember. Epic Games cut content. No, I'm writing it in the wrong space. Ha 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 ha. Epic Games cut content. Layoff. Yeah, so Rocket Racing, Ballistic, and Festival Battle Stage are being removed. So, I mean, I've never played these modes. I've never kind of gotten into it. I haven't played Fortnite in God knows how long, because I just really never gave a shit. It wasn't... As far as the Battle Royale games, it was never my favorite. It sucks. That's all. Like, I got nothing else to say. It's really just unfortunate.
It had a really interesting premise. I like the idea that it was trying something, especially with the building mechanics. Never got into it. And once they had the no build mode, I was like, awesome. Now it's just purely just skill. But Fortnite currently has 1.37 million active players. And in January, it peaked at 2.3 million. I thought it was a lot less.
Still a lot.
That surprises me. That's a huge amount of people playing.
Yeah.
A huge amount.
But it's probably not as much as they would like, which I find is just bizarre. No, you know what it is?
What
I
more
reckon
can you have?
So I reckon what's happened is because obviously Epic, you can tell that Epic was trying to compete and start competing with Roadblocks. I think they looked at Roadblocks as a competitor and they went, we want to create that kind of service, but we reckon we can do it better because look at our engine. It's clearly cleaner. And I think everything that went down with Apple probably fucked them over a bit, where they weren't able to just... I mean, also, they were being fucking stubborn. If they just accepted the 20% fucking surcharge or 30%, whatever Apple charges. No, they had a bitch about that, so they were kicked off Apple's storefront, which meant that now players on Apple didn't have access to their fucking game, only Android users. But I think they were trying to position themselves as a Roadblocks like style of service where, hey, you can jump in. We've got a couple of these different game modes. You've got Fortnite, you've got, the rocket racing, you got ballistic, you got festival battle stage, and they probably would have been adding more, as well as, hey, let the community make stuff and then they can make money, and that in turn makes us money because we take a small, cut of the profits. It seems like that plan probably hasn't paid out as much as they were hoping, and I don't think they've had enough garnered interest. I think they've had some, but have they had enough, and have people just kind of jumped into Epic just purely for Fortnite, and everything else is like, yeah, that was fun for a little bit, but this is all I want to play. So like the behaviors, they weren't able to change people's behaviors towards that service because all people were jumping on for was the one product, as opposed to where Roblox already from the word go was already teaching people, hey, you're jumping into this universe and you have access to various kind of content that different people make.
Yep.
So I do wonder whether maybe there was a lack of marketing, whether there was a lack of communication, maybe a lack of interest from the fan base or from the gaming community. Because again, it's like, well, for us, why are we spending money or time playing these subpar versions of games that we have access to that are, we can get cheaper, or we can get the newer, better variant that a well-known developer has actually spent 3+ years developing?
Because kids don't have access to that.
That's right. But the problem is...
This is free.
Yes. Problem is when you cut off a large market share, because now you don't have access to a market share that is predominantly on Apple, suddenly those kids disappear. They don't have access to that anymore. Bye-bye.
Yep.
So how do they know about it? Unless they are going off and buying a PC, which they would typically buy a PC for Minecraft. Which it's... I mean, there was... This is kind of a side tangential thing, but there was a comment made by, I think it was Square Enix. I was listening to one of my podcasts recently, and Square Enix had made the point that they're concerned for their franchises because they look at like the Final Fantasy series, for instance, and the recent Final Fantasy VII games, and they go, well, most of our fans are 30 and above, and we have a concern that, you know, we're aging out the fan base, and so we're not able to get the younger generation in. What, like, as a developer, when you're reliant on getting the most amount of clientele and you don't have people under that specific age bracket, that's concerning. That's really fucking concerning. Like, imagine if Nintendo turned around and said, oh, yeah, no, most of the people that are buying our system are like 25 or 30 and above. What? Then why are you servicing a younger audience if you're not even getting the younger audience there? But they don't have that issue, so it's not really a concern. But
again,
yeah,
Nintendo has been so consistent that any age can play their game.
Yep. That plus their multimedia focus now, I think, is also helping massively.
Which is on my list. But I searched Fortnite on the App Store because I've got my iPad where all my notes are.
Oh, awesome.
I searched Fortnite.
Mm-hmm.
The first two are like shitty little apps for Fortnite, like check the item store on Fortnite and favorite your things and keep an eye out when they rotate through the store. And there's game stats. Roblox is the first game to show up.
Yep.
And it's Call of Duty Mobile.
Yep.
It is insane just how much Roblox has a grasp on the younger generation.
And again, if is it, I forgot the CEO's name, but if he just fucking kept his dick in his mouth and stopped being a stubborn cunt to Apple.
Are you talking about Tim Sweeney?
Yeah, it is Tim Sweeney, yeah. I don't think he'd be in this situation, and they'd probably have a better foothold in that market. But no, he got fucking shitty at Apple. Like just like he's gotten shitty at Steam for the exact same thing of, oh, well, we're not going to give you our fucking 30% to you. What are you doing with that 30%? How about managing and keeping our clientele safe? Like that in itself is a small cut that Apple will make on the side so that they can keep the servers running and make sure that the customers are happy, as well as potential advertising revenue. I don't know. That's a discussion you have with Apple. But that's what they've chosen to charge. If you don't like it, don't sell your product on it. But here are the consequences. Because Roblox doesn't have an issue. Activision, well, now Microsoft, doesn't have an issue. They just accept it. And guess what? They're selling. They make money. Apparently, Tim Sweeney doesn't want to make money.
No.
I find it funny.
And with all the issues that Unreal Engine 5 is going through.
Man, you know what? This is what's impressive about fucking Crimson. I know it's a side tangent. Crimson Desert, both on my laptop and PC, runs flawlessly smooth. There is one feature that I can't max run Crimson Desert on my desktop, which I know is shocking because I'm running a fucking 4090. But there's one setting that if I turn it on, the frame rate just goes because it can't handle the ray tracing, the live ray tracing capability, which is fine. It's like, okay, cool. Turn it off. Don't need it. Unimportant. The game already looks stunning as it is. So, yeah. Nah, man, it's unfortunate for the thousand people that are walking away along. I mean, so it sucks. There's a lot of turmoil happening in the industry, and with a big company like this that technically should be able to support those people, if they feel like it's not making any money, yeah, unfortunately, they're going to lay them off. They're going to get rid of them. They're not needed anymore. So a similar thing happened, or potentially might happen. I don't know if you've heard about this, but the French studio Spiders, Kylotonn, and Cyanide have filed for insolvency. Now that goes on the backs of their production. Not their production. The studio that's been producing their games, essentially fitting the bill. Which was, what was the name of the fucking studio? Nexus? Is it Nexus Games? No. Let's see. If I type in spiders. This is the problem.
Anyone
when
who's
you're
got
not specific.
arachnophobia, look away.
Look away! Nacon. Not Nexus, Nacon. So Nacon, a couple of weeks back, announced that they were filing for insolvency. And now they're the three of their companies or game studios are also filing for insolvency. So what have I got here? Spiders is best known for Greedfall. Kylotonn is known for the World Rally Championship Series, which I'm not really familiar with, but that's racing. And Cyanide are the developers behind Styx and Blood Bowl, which is unfortunate for these guys because I know Greedfall 2 recently came out and it's kind of been getting mixed reviews. I would say that they just had to release it and try and get or recoup some cost because I feel like they probably should have been spending. They should have probably spent another year developing the game, but it seems like they've just gone, well, we need money. We need this out now. And they probably haven't had as much success with it as what they could have or should have. The guys doing Styx, the third game, obviously didn't sell as well as they hoped, which they're facing the same issue. And again, I'm not too familiar with the World Rally Series or World Rally Championship, but seems like they weren't doing well either. So yeah, we could potentially lose 3 interesting game studios. I kind of, you know what? Out of the 3, Cyanide is probably the biggest one that I'm disappointed that they weren't able to get the numbers they needed for Styx, because it's not like we have a lot of stealth games coming out. And Styx was at least a really solid stealth game. As a series anyway, from what I've played with 1 and partially through 2, because I never actually finished 2 all the way. So, bit of a shame there. Spiders will be a sad one, because I gotta admit, they've had some interesting games that have been released, but they've always been that B grade style of game, so it's sad to see the struggle that they've been having over the years. So yeah, we'll see if anyone buys them out or whether they will be another one of the list of people that'll be roaming the lands looking for another new home to develop.
Or a lot of these people can just make their own studio.
That's also a possibility.
Because a lot of them do. They come together and make their own studio, and some of them are really successful. Some just just can't reach that point.
Yeah, go on.
I
Oh
was
no,
gonna say,
no,
speaking
yeah.
of Nacon, there was a game that I wanted to show you, but what were you gonna say?
No, I was just, before you show me the game, it's the challenge is, if these developers don't have some money put aside, now is not the best time to go off and potentially try and make a video game, because the funding isn't there. You've got all of the investors that I've heard from developers who have pulled out of gaming because they're putting their money into AI. And the ones that are there investing in games, they're expecting a relatively complete product before they decide, all right, now we'll start putting money down, as well as getting a cut from the profits. So it's a bit tough.
I think the AI bubble is being... OpenAI has closed Sora down.
Oh, really?
Yep.
What were the reasons behind that?
Funding.
Oh shit. So it's starting.
It's starting. This is good.
Someone's awake. Fucking hell. My wife is not going to have fun with that. Oh, Jesus. We thought she was going to sleep through the night because she got a really good nap today. Like, we got her active up till about 12:30ish, 1ish, and then she had a nap till about 3, so, which is good for her. And then she went down pretty easy, so unless something's bothering her, fucking hell. Hopefully it's just her doing her usual, I'm gonna wake up, look around, and then fall back asleep. Now, what were you gonna show me?
So, there's a... You know how we've had chats about Diablo 4?
Mm-hmm.
Dragonkin, the Banish. An isometric from Echo Software.
I think I did
Nacon.
see this. Yes.
1.0 has recently come out.
Mm-hmm. How's it floating?
That are mostly positive. It's looking like a fun cooperative adventure. The upgrade system, or the skills system, reminds me of Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days, where it's a slot and you have to make sure that the skill panel fits in to the squares or hexagons that you've got available. This looks really interesting. And I'm hoping that there's just a bit of a steeper sale.
What's it at
37.
the moment?
So it's normally $40. Yeah. Drop down to 36.
See, go. You just keep. You talk through me, man. Talk through me, because otherwise I will never learn.
It's looking like a game that could be really fun.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to take the risk of, and they're not a Blizzard. I'm just cautious of these games because it can look really fancy. The combat looks really solid and chaotically fun, kinetic. But when you actually play the game, I always have that concern of it's just missing the mark. But from what I'm looking at in the trailer and the reviews, I think this could be a fun romp for us to go through.
You know the issue I have now? And it's nothing against these games, because I do love them. Like, you know me. I've been playing them since the fucking 90s. Like, I grew up. I remember when my dad managed to get a copy from someone where I was able. So first it was playing the demo of Diablo 1 on PC and going through the first couple of levels till you got to the butcher, which was typically what you had for the DLC. And I remember playing that demo to death until one of my dad's friends happened to have a copy, and he's like, oh yeah, here you go, you can borrow it. I never gave that copy back. No one asked for it, so I just went, I've got a free copy of Diablo 1. I'm just going to keep playing this until someone tells me I have to give it back. But hopefully they don't. So I played that game to death. Never finished it, not without cheats, until more recently where I went back and went, let's fucking do this properly. And then 2 came out, and then I fucking went nuts on that. And then I was looking for anything that was similar. So it was like Sacred 2, Titan Quest, because there wasn't many of those games. Nox was another one. Now, in the last, I want to say 6 years, it's almost like after Diablo 3, I feel like Diablo 3, for better or for worse, hit a really nice peak for me. Where I went, this is as good as this style of game gets. And so the only other one that I think we both enjoyed that we went through was
Grim Dawn.
Grim Dawn, that's it, which I think they're making a sequel to.
I cannot wait.
Yeah. So that was, okay, you've taken that formula and you've just like enhanced it a little. You haven't gone the Diablo route, because I feel like Diablo did a few interesting things specifically with dodging and movement, and made it more interesting with the fact that you weren't forced down a very specific path of leveling up. You could switch and change and customize and then mid-max that specific build if you wanted to. But you could still change on the go, which I thought was really fucking cool, and I really appreciated that freedom. But then seeing some of these more recent type of games, whether it's... What's the one that everyone was playing for a bit? That's the free-to-play one. Shit. Diablo likes... Easiest way to do this. Isometric, Path of Exile, that's the one. So Path of Exile, Path of Exile 2. Torchlight was great. I never played 3, but 1 and 2 were fantastic.
2, it's such a good level.
You know why?
I love Torch.
You know why?
Yeah, because it's the makers of Diablo 2.
It is one of the core it's one of the founders of Diablo and Diablo 2. And he went off and went, well, you guys don't really want to do what I want to do for Diablo 3, so I'm going to start my own new little studio and made Torchlight and then Torchlight 2, which I thought was fucking brilliant, because it's like, oh, you basically made Diablo again. Here you go. Like, exact like for like. Like, here's the first one, which is literally a dungeon crawler, and here's the second one where you're off on an adventure, and it's randomized maps and levels, which is why 3 and 4 were just so because it's like, man, these guys did it. He did it better back then, and you guys just don't understand it. So the problem I have though now is I think I've experienced what I thought was kind of the maximum capability. And I thought that they were going to take these games to the next level, and they never really did. Until Moonlight Studios released No Rest for the Wicked. And I'll be honest, that game is the evolution that I've needed for this genre of games. It's honestly what I needed. I needed the verticality, I needed the extra levels of exploration, and a little bit more control over my character, because let's face it, the reason why those games were so stiff in the first place was because we didn't have the rendering power or the compute power to do something more complex. And that style of gameplay stuck around because it was fun, and it is fun if you nail it right, because there's a sensation of power that you just get where you like, I feel unstoppable and I can just mow through enemies. And it's fun just seeing the amount of damage and sparks and effects just flying across the screen while you're just watching hundreds of enemies just swarm you. It's visceral and it's entertaining. But the problem is now that I just feel so stiff, like you're just stuck to that ground and you can't move or do anything other than just, move forward through the space. Clear out this room, move to the next room, and then to the next room just to level up my character by one. Whereas No Rest for the Wicked is like, all right, let's see what's up over in that ridge, or let's see what's down in this cave. Oh, there's a little nook here. If I go behind that and kind of shimmy across the little ravine, then I can find a whole nother room. Oh, now I've got like this whole space that I can explore, and that loops back around on it. It's just like, fucking hell. This is the next level. It's now taking what is a flat plane to multi-dimensions for an action game. That's what I want. And I almost thought that they were going to do that with Diablo 4, but they didn't. I was like, fucking hell.
They teased it. They teased us that we were going to have that verticality of exploration and huge expanse map. It just didn't.
Nope.
And I got so bored when I played it. And I regret purchasing it because it's just not a game that...
Yeah.
I enjoyed 3. I think we had fun when we played it. But 4 just... You're right. No Rest for the Wicked does give you so much. And I'm looking forward to going back and actually playing that with you.
Oh, I can't wait till you get to experience more of it, because it's just so... And you've gotten a taste, because you've only gotten up to the city. Now, if I take you back through that area that you've just explored, and I go, okay, I want you to start finding all the nooks and crannies. We'll start at the beach again, and see if you can find one of the other hidden areas that you can get there. And then just work our way through that. Because there's just so much in that first area that you go, holy fucking shit. And what's even more entertaining is when you come back to it at a different time of day, or when you've cleaned it out and then you come back at maybe a later part in the game when the story's kind of progressed, and you're going back to these old areas with new monsters or new creatures or something else that you need to deal with there. It's such a good fucking game on so many levels. The only thing, which, no, you know what? It's not, they technically solved it, because they have I don't know if it's called a crucible or something else, but they have their random generated dungeons. Like, there's a mode in the game where you have to essentially go through this roguelite element where it's, all right, we're going to give you like these smaller tight spaces that are randomized with what type of enemies and how the level is kind of sort of semi laid out. And you go through, clear each level to get to the boss, which I was never able to defeat the fucking boss because he's a tough cookie. He fucked me over so many times. And I was like, nope. Nope, not doing that. So they kind of have that. I think they need to add a little bit more depth to it, but the core of what is in the game it's so much, and it's so much better. I can't express just that level of, you have that sense of power, but also you feel vulnerable. I want that freedom and movement in these like other Diablo like games. Give me that verticality, or at least a little bit more to make it feel like I've actually got control of the character now, especially on a controller or a mouse and
Yep.
keyboard, like however you want to play. And again, that's not to dispute or disregard these style of games, because I think the list and the fact, like, people love these games, and I think they're great. There's a place for them, but I see when a new one comes out, I think it's like I see the programming and I see exactly what they're doing with it, and I just go, that's not interesting to me anymore. You're not actually doing, you're not evolving this genre of game. You're doing the exact same thing. The only thing that you're changing is the underlining systems that correspond with your character level and how the gear works. That's it. But the general moment to moment gameplay is exactly the same. You walk through one space, whether it's in a linear fashion or whether it's in a, hey, we're going to give you this portion of a map, and you're going to go through the little corridors through this map until you get to the end. You'll clear everything out, so you maybe gain a level or two, get some blue gear, maybe get some greens, maybe get some purples. Occasionally you might find an orange. Whoop-de-doo. You level up, you spec into your corresponding class. It's like, all right, this is so formulaic. As opposed to, okay, you start from nothing and you build your character. And depending on what abilities and how you spec your weapon, your character will determine how you strengthen yourself by the end of the game. I don't know. Just, yeah.
I get that sentiment though, where you find that game and just can see it copy pasted so many times that there's just nothing to pull you in, because it's just slapping a different type of skin on it.
Yeah.
And No Rest for the Wicked mixes that mix of real deep combat and exploration. Because I know you. That sense of discovery in a world, like Baldur's Gate 3 is doing it for me right now, where we just go down this random manhole and fucking find this huge fucking location. And, oh, what's this? There's a wall to crack. Or, look, you found a secret because you took the time to explore. We're going to reward you. And the small taste of what we played with No Rest for the Wicked, especially for me, because it is completely brand new. I have no context of anything.
Oh, God.
It is so fun. Not to mention, this co-op update they did was probably one of the best things.
Such a good update. Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%. And much like you, I'm really hoping that 1.0 comes out
sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I would much rather the game come out now than after we finish Baldur's Gate, because I would love to play that game. I always think about it and go, that start was really fun.
I know.
Just exploring, killing the enemies, and I know that they want to introduce like very specific builds. So you've got the rogue, you've got a mage, like work those systems in. I would love that, because then you can play so differently and approach combat so differently, and it's really fun. But when I looked at Dragonkin,
yeah,
there's just this arcade feeling of
Yeah.
Diablo 3 or even Darksiders Genesis. There's just something that I look at, and it's crazy for me to say $36 is expensive, because
It's not. It's really not.
it's really not that expensive.
So
That's a decent price for a full complete game that's not in early access. It's on sale. I look at it and I'm like, this just looks fun. And I am really excited to play Grim Dawn 2 when that eventually comes out.
Yeah, fucking hell.
Because I know that Grim Dawn 1 had a lot of fun mechanics with the skills and building your character, but as well as the world and how you have the loyalty system with different characters, and each time you play you can decide to be more evil, more good. You can play more not fluid, but a lot more open-ended. And I'm really looking forward to playing that game. And I hope we do, because, man, Grim Dawn left a really good impression on me. And I think that is probably one of the best Diablo-like games that I've personally played. Because I've tried, and I haven't reached that point. So I've never played Diablo 1. Well, no, I lie. I have played Diablo 1.
It's rough. It's so fucking rough.
I was a fucking child.
Yeah.
And all I did was run around the shack at the start. And I was like, this is scary. I'm turning this off. And my cousin's like younger than me, and he's like, nah, play it. It's good. And I'm like, no, I'm scared.
Dude, I was terrified. I go into the dungeons, and because of how the game's lighting system works, you can't see very far in front. You see the silhouettes, and you hear the sounds before you see the fucking thing. So when you hear something go, when you're in the catacombs, you're like, what the fuck is that? And you've got that really eerie music that just, it manages to get under your skin, because it's like this distorted guitar that's just off key, off tune, and just really fucking like echoey, and you're like, what the fuck? The tone, the feel, the look of it, everything was so fucking perfect. And God, Blizzard would make so much money if they bothered to find the studio, or if they bothered to actually spend the time and go, let's actually bring this game out and go, let's modernize it. Let's do Diablo 1 as a third-person hack and slash game, and make it this dark, gritty fucking adventure where you're going around corners and you don't know if something's gonna be there. Because I think it's fucking brilliant. And you can even tie in some traps and some other fucking shit in a randomized way. Possibilities are endless. And the story itself is simple enough that you can make it work for what I believe is relatively cheap. But no, they rather do more fucking Overwatch. And go, oh, let's make Overwatch 2
online.
Oh, but now we're going to rename it back to Overwatch because we kind of think we did a fucking wrong move there. No shit, you dumbasses. Fuck me. Now everyone's celebrating Blizzard. Like, oh my God, they're sorting shit out with their new CEO. This, I hate to say it, but Blizzard's been dead for so long. It's like WoW came out, and then after WoW, everything changed. Everything changed.
They had some decent games like StarCraft.
StarCraft 2 was good. Yeah, Warcraft 3 was great. But this is what I mean. Everything kind of, like, StarCraft 2 was probably the last decent storytelling that they've had in a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
Diablo 3 wasn't too bad, a little bit rough. I think they missed the mark because they didn't understand tonally what they were supposed to go for, so they went a little bit too lighthearted. Now it seems like everything that they design is all within this focus of let's make it have a live service component. Let's make sure that there's DLC and there's cosmetics and all of this. And I just go, you guys used to make really good quality stories. Like, you'd have a really cool game that was simplistic enough but easy for people to jump on and have a competitive side to it, as well as having a really cool story attached to this. And then at some point, you just threw that away just for live service crap. And it's like, okay, like, I get it. People enjoy their Overwatch. Enjoy it. There's nothing pulling me to your world building. And unfortunately, that got replaced by Gunfire Studios. I think it's Gunfire that did Remnant and Remnant 2. Because when I finally played that, I was like, that's it. That's my future Diablo. That was what I wanted the evolution of Diablo to be. Here are randomized map spaces with traps, with different bosses, with different story elements, even though you've got a beginning, middle, and an end to your story, but it's everything in between that changes every time you do a rerun in a three-dimensional space. Fucking hell. They nailed it. Nailed it. Did it resonate with everyone? No, but I think they fucking tried it and they got it first time, and then just improved upon that in the sequel. So, yeah. But yeah, these isometric games, you're right. I think you do need to kind of treat them in a more arcadey way nowadays. Because when I do look at Remnant, when I look at No Rest for the Wicked, I go, those games are taking some of those mechanics and those core fundamentals to the next level. And it's sad that some of these bigger studios are just playing it safe. And they're just kind of ticking that box of, hey, it's a Diablo-like. Do we really need like another 10 of these when we could probably get one or two every generation? And I think we'd be fine with that. I don't know. There is clearly a fan base for these games because they keep making them and people keep buying them. And honestly, for 30 or 40 bucks, it's fucking value for money. So, can't complain.
Oh, for $36.50, Grim Dawn, and I remember when we were playing that map is fucking huge.
Yeah. And then when you add the DLC, you're like, holy fucking shit, this game is ridiculous. And we only really got to explore one character that we were like mid-maxing. Imagine then going and trying to mid-max one like some of the other classes. Like, fucking hell. What a game. What a game.
Yeah.
Hopefully 2 nails it out of the bag. Like, fingers crossed.
We won't say that for at least another 5 years.
Yeah, probably not. I've got 2 more. I've got 3, but one of them's Marathon only sells 1.2 million with 70% on Steam.
Only? God.
You know, it's
That's
funny.
So much. That is an impressive amount.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to quickly say, Fortnite in November of last year had a peak of 9.7 million players. And that's a free game.
Yep.
1.7 to purchase a premium game that... I'm going to share my thoughts. I don't really give a fuck. Bungie, sure. I'm burnt out. I'm done. I was done with Destiny 2. I tried. And I think when I was playing Destiny 2, I had my group of friends that I played with. So I was playing with George and his cousins. I had fun because of that camaraderie. That was fun. And doing the raids and all just fucking around, making mistakes. I love that part and I have very fond memories. But fuck me. Destiny 2 just became so fucking boring. And they killed their own game. If you're telling me that the shape is the final story of Destiny 2 and then the next expansion is going to look at something else, what's the fucking point? You've just ended the story that you started in D1 and now you've finished in the final shape. That's it. You've killed your own game.
Yeah.
You've told your story. Not to mention they're really aggressive microtransactions and expansions and how you have to spend money for a time-gated experience for then them to vault it and you have to purchase the new one to play the content. And it's like, well, why am I giving you money that I'm renting?
Yeah.
And I don't like extraction shooters. I don't give a shit. I don't like playing PvP. I'm not known for it.
Yep.
There might be some games that I'll try if it's in the game that I enjoy playing, like a FromSoft game. I'll be honest, I think FromSoft multiplayer is quite engaging because I like when I'm just running and then all of a sudden I'm being invaded and, oh, this guy killed you. You don't lose anything. Your souls are dropped, but that's like when a normal enemy kills you.
Yeah.
It's just fun, and I like that approach. Do I wish that they had fucking proper co-op from start to finish? Yes.
Yeah.
But I can appreciate that they've got this system, and I know for a fact that D3 still has that community that you go to that specific courtyard in, oh fuck, what's not Castle Canehurst, that's Bloodborne. In Dark Souls 3, there's that castle you go to, and when you cross the bridge, you have to fight that boss. Fuck, what is it called? And it's from D1. But there's a group of people that do PvP.
Just there.
And the community... Huh?
Keep going. Keep going.
No. The community, 2 people go in the center, all the other 4 people or 6 people stand around and watch, fight it to a duel to the death. And it's just, I love that. This shit, cool. I've spent 2 hours trying to get stuff and I get killed by some guy who's been playing this for 70 hours straight. That's fun. I love playing games. This is great. So I don't give a shit. I don't like Bungie.
That's fair.
And I don't like this game.
I
don't like that they have a kernel that accesses your root drive.
Oh.
Why the fuck do you need access to my OS drive? That shit, get that shit off. Have de novo. That's fine. But don't have access, kernel access to my computer. Fuck off. Anyways, rant over.
Yeah, look, I've always had a feeling that this game was going to struggle a little, but I think there's going to be a community around it, and I think it's going to gain more traction as time goes on, but it's never going to reach the levels of Destiny because it's not as approachable just on the style of gameplay that it is. And I think you're right. Them killing Destiny is honestly such a bad call. That would have been like Blizzard killing WoW for Overwatch.
Mm-hmm.
That would have fucked them. You don't do that. If you know you've got a cash cow over here. Now, I get that most people would have gotten to the end of the last DLC and gone, all right, your storytelling's done. Let's move on. Okay, but you should still be smart enough and intelligent enough to go, let's keep the servers going. Let's see if we can try and get majority of this content available for all players to experience, so anyone who hasn't played it can now play it from the start and go all the way to the end, which personally I would fucking like, but they're never going to do that because they're retards. And now let's start working towards the new storyline, very much the way Final Fantasy has been handling it. But no, they don't care. It's a case of you're either playing what we're playing or get the fuck off. It's, yeah. Not for me, not for you. There are people that clearly love this and will enjoy it. I wish them all the best. I'm sure I'll probably read some stuff about it here and there, but...
Mm-hmm. Just don't think for $60 or $70, whatever it costs, it's worth it. If it was $30 and they had a lot more microtransactions, sure, that's approachable. Wait, Overwatch is free to play.
Probably now, yeah. Wasn't initially.
Nope. I played Overwatch 2 for a bit.
Look, I wouldn't be surprised. Give it time. You will see this game on sale, and they will sell it for cheap. It might even be given away for free at some stage when they have some sort of an expansion that they release. But, you know.
I would feel that if they did go free to play, it would be such a middle finger. It would be a massive fuck you to the people that did purchase this game. Yeah, I'm sure they'll go, oh, anyone who purchased the game will give you this, as a commodity for purchasing it when it first released. Yeah, cool. Awesome. Thanks. Yeah. I've given you money. Now you're giving me something that is non-tangible. Well, it's digital. And thanks for in this game.
Thanks for giving me something that probably took you a weekend to program and put together to go, here you go, we're shitting it out, have fun. Do you feel rewarded? We hope you do, because you're going to keep giving us money.
Here's a cape that your character can wear to show that you purchased the game. Cool, thanks. I love it.
We make fun of this, but there are so many people that if this is the only game that they play with their mates, they are happy to spend the money and it doesn't bother them. It probably shits them a little and they'll complain about it, but they'll still continue to do it and they'll still continue to play the game. And that's what Bungie is counting on, that you will enjoy the gameplay enough that you will deal with whatever bullshit they throw at you. And they'll it's like they'll sweeten you and they'll pat you on the head while they're, shoving their cock in your mouth. It's that kind of just like they're there. Mm-hmm. You're fine. You're having a good time. Look, it feels really nice on your head
while you're down there.
Yeah, no, take it deep. Yeah, it's just I don't sell myself to that kind of treatment.
No.
And even though I know Bungie has done amazing stuff and a lot of the core team are technically still there, they haven't delivered a game that I want to play and that I would enjoy. They are delivering a game that they can make money off of everyone. That's it.
Yep. A constant revenue.
Yep.
I'm sorry, but when we played Halo, Oh, that was so much fun.
I know.
That was so good.
It still annoys me that series has just fallen apart because of the new heads of the development studio just not knowing what the fuck to do with it. They just yeah. I won't go into it, otherwise we'll be here for ages. We can leave that rant for another time when it's a bit quieter. Why Halo's fucking shit and what they misunderstood about the franchise, in my opinion. All right. Did you watch the Xbox partner preview showcase?
There was an Xbox showcase?
Yeah, they had a couple of trailers that they played.
What did they show?
Look, it wasn't a huge listing of things. There was the Stalker 2 expansion, Cost of Hope DLC, which looks pretty neat. I need to play Stalker 2 in general.
I'm about to piss my pants. 2 seconds.
Oh, yeah, go.
Thanks.
Well, I can probably just keep talking. So, Stalker 2. This is a franchise that I'm quite familiar with. I remember playing the first game when it came out years ago. Boy, what a tumultuous development cycle. It was supposed to be this really grand open world first person shooter set in the Chernobyl, the sites of Chernobyl where the nuclear power plant exploded, and you're essentially exploring the space as a stalker, like a merc who's going and trying to find any relics or any weird anomalies and sell it and make money. And unfortunately, the first game, just I think due to budget restraints, they weren't able to create the game that they wanted. They wanted to add vehicles. They wanted more kind of spaces to go through and explore, but unfortunately they ended up just having these small little sandbox areas that you would just walk on foot. Fun game, some fun little systems, not everything was kind of polished, and over the course of the second and the third game they kind of added a lot of those features. So here we are now at Stalker 2, which I need to have a look and see where it's at, because I wasn't sure if they implemented all of the updates. But Stalker 2, when it came out with relatively positive opinions. Just there were a few features that were not implemented in the game at launch. What am I doing? Stalker. There we go. This game's actually cheap. One of them, I think, was the... What is it called? The life system? There was a specific system in the game where essentially you would have organic reactions with the NPCs and the factions where they'd be fighting each other for land, for kind of viability in the area and the space, and depending on what choices you made will determine how they would organically kind of react to you from mission to mission or from situation to situation. So what is that called? I want to say it's the live system, but maybe not. It's probably going to be in the updates. But yes, I've been wanting to play this game. I just wasn't sure whether this specific feature was actually added in. Yeah, it's gone through so many patches. Jesus Christ.
When did it come out?
What was it? 2024? Yeah.
Oh, so it's a fairly recent.
Relatively recent. The biggest thing was I forgot what it's called, but there's like a AI life system that's supposed to run in the background, and it wasn't implemented at launch. But my assumption is that they have since added it in, A life improvements. Yeah, so they added it in somewhere around here, where you've got very organic kind of AI systems playing out while you're exploring the space. So depending on what you do, how you react with a lot of the factions or the different enemies will determine how things kind of organically interact with you. So one of the things that were announced was this expansion, which is, I think, coming out. Did I have a date? I don't think there was a date that I saw. No, not that I can tell. Coming out in summer. Awesome. Because that's super informative. Musa Dirty Fate was also announced, which seems to be some Chinese-esque action, Korean. There we go. Looks alright. Average in my opinion. Hunter the Reckoning, Death Wish, which it was more just a... It was more of a cutscene type deal, but there was a little bit of gameplay near the end that they've showed off, which looks like a bit of fun. Where's my audio? Why is the audio not kicking in? There it is. Get rid of that because I don't need. So yeah, there was a little bit of gameplay, not too much. So I would say that we're probably going to see more at Summer Games Fest for that. ADS is some sort of horror-esque shooter as well. That's coming out at some stage later this year. Very Martian-like. Looks interesting. Has a cool little premise about it. The ones that were probably the most interesting was Artificial Detective and Stranger Than Heaven. I think were the two big ones, in my opinion. Let me just have a look at my notes. Yeah, I would say that's basically it. So, Artificial Detective is in an alternative... not in an alternative future. It's set in the future, where you seem to play as like a robot detective, trying to figure out what the fuck maybe happened with the human race, and you're trying to keep this young girl alive. So there's a fun little art style about everything here, which I think is really cool. The gameplay, though, when they start actually showing, because you kind of get a bit of the sense of the story and potentially what the threat that you're dealing with is. And then you get into the gameplay, which is a little bit Bioshocky in some instances. So, looks fun.
Ooh.
You got a little robot dog that you can use and tell him to do stuff. You can pull apart pieces and use that. So you've got some environmental interactivity, things that you can use against the enemies. So this looks cool. The other one, which we've already seen snippets of, but they showed a little bit more gameplay, and we're going to be seeing a lot more. This is made by the guys that do the Yakuza series. What was really fascinating, other than obviously looking and playing like a Yakuza game, is the fact that it is played over multiple time periods. So this feels very indicative of Mafia 2 for me, and I'm actually excited to give this game a go. Because it's set in, I think it's like 1920s, and then it moves from like I think it's like 1910 to 1920 to 1930 to 1940s Japan.
That's sick.
Yeah, 5 city areas, 1915, 1929, 1949. Yeah, it's like all the way to 1965. And I'm assuming you go through this same town while it's all changing, with maybe some changes to gameplay, maybe not, I don't know. And then, of course, in Yakuza... Yeah, and with... This is the fun part, yeah. So in Yakuza fashion, you then have all of these mini-games. So how many of these mini-games are going to suddenly change? That's what's going to be interesting. So This I'm actually excited to see. And what makes it even more exciting is the fact that it's a brand new franchise. It's not associated with anything, which means it's a like one-off story until they obviously make a sequel. But it's fresh, it's new. Everyone can kind of start from ground zero and enjoy whatever this whole experience is. There seems to be cars. I don't know if there actually are going to be cars, but we'll see. So they were kind of the highlights.
Ah. That is really cool.
The only other major... So there was obviously some previews on Saros. I personally don't need to see any more of this game. I know exactly what it's going to be because it's going to be like Returnal, just a little bit more enhanced in a different setting. So I'm fine not needing to see any more. But for anyone that's interested, Saros has had their gameplay previews. They're 11, 12 minutes long. Check it out. See what you think. See whether it's going to be what you want from a third-person shooting game, because this is probably the next and only PlayStation exclusive that we've got coming within this next 6-month cycle, I would say. Technically less, I think, with Wolverine being out August, September, anyway. The one that I did want to speak to you about, and I'm curious about your thoughts on it, is this. Have you seen this gameplay for Halloween?
No.
This is massive. I will go over it briefly. So, we've talked about our feelings because for anyone who don't know us, a lot of our time gaming has actually been spent playing Dead by Daylight. And Street Rat and I have played it to death, where we've always kind of talked about, God, wouldn't it be nice if Dead by Daylight finally had a little bit more substance to the game other than just 4 generators and exit door and get the fuck out. This is probably the best example of, and an interesting example of how to make this franchise, this specific horror villain, playable and make it a 1v4. So it's very similar where you've got Michael Myers, so you've got someone playing the killer, trying to hunt down his targets, and then you've got 4 players obviously playing as the heroes. Here's the thing. That's not the only thing that's in this space. So this is what's going to be fascinating, and I'm curious to see the different maps that they have, because I think they're only really showing off the one map, and I'll explain why. Because on the one map, it's a really big map, and it's not just the 4 players, but there's also other NPC players, or other NPCs on the map. So you essentially have a whole town that is available to you. And what your job is, as the 4 players, is to get to every single one of the other NPCs that are in the map and try and convince them to get the fuck out. While Michael Myers is tasked with actually hunting down very specific targets. So he will have, like, he can hunt down anyone, but he will have incentives to hunt down very specific characters. And he's got a phase ability where he can teleport, so within reason. So you can't just teleport willy-nilly. You either can't be visibly seen. So if the characters are looking at you, you can't teleport. If you're in pitch black darkness, you can teleport. So you can see here he's kind of teleporting, but he cannot reload into the space when he's being seen, so he needs to wait till lost visibility or in pitch black darkness. That's when he can kind of move himself. So it gives him the ability to move through the town much quicker, but it's still within reason. So he's obviously walking, he's not running. But he can position himself, so you'll see now he's like positioned himself in another room to give you a sense of control over the horror. And obviously, in this kind of fashion, because there's a little bit more complexity to the game, the players are able to go around and find tools, whether they're flashlights, whether they're weapons, whether they're all sorts of other things, that allow them to obviously do damage to Michael. And you can technically kill him. This is what's fun. As you play through the game, and there's more suspicion of him actually existing in the space, they then start bringing in police enforcement into the area. So now Michael is not just dealing with the townspeople, he now needs to deal with law enforcement, as well as the detective from this series. What's really cool is, as a player, if you die, you don't just die and watch the other players try and solve it. No, you actually come back as either the detective or as a police officer to help out with the rest of the town. Or you can also help by leaving little messages or doing things on the radio, leaving like little clues and stuff. So there's various ways that the players can continue playing the game to try and take down Michael Myers.
That's really cool.
So there is a long-term kind of gameplay to it. It doesn't feel like it's just deal with this in a very small, controlled fashion. No, they've actually made it so it feels like this organic storytelling within a multiplayer horror setting. And I think it's really neat. I think what they're attempting to do here is a lot, and if they nail it, fucking hell, will it be impressive. But again, what I'm curious about is, will it just be one map, or will they try and attempt to do multiple locations so that there's a bit more variety for players? Because if it's just one map, you might find that people would just get a little bit bored unless they can find a way to randomize the way the town is set up. Which, who knows? Maybe they have something like that incorporated.
You know, I thought when you were explaining the NPCs, my brain started going a different route. Imagine, right? This game, but as the killer, as Michael Myers, you don't know who the players are. And your target is you have to find the real people to kill them to win. And I get that defeats the whole purpose because Michael Myers just kills everyone. But it would be cool that it's like an NPC game. Who's the real person? You have to find the imposter. Oh, God. Oh, my God. I just said Among Us. It's almost like Among Us.
Yep.
That style of game, I think that would be really cool. But this looks really fun. I'm really surprised. I would be tempted. I need to see a bit more.
Absolutely.
But this has tempted me in trying it out. Because you're still engaged. You're not spectating after you die.
No.
There's things to do.
Yep.
The killer feels quite balanced with the rest of the mechanics of the game. Oh my God, you can arrest him?
This is my point. It doesn't stop at him just taking out 4 players and that's it. You're done. They've actually added in more modes. So as Michael Myers, you're having to be a bit more strategic. You're not just going in and going, well, I'm just going to kill everyone. Because you want to do it in a way that you're not catching too much attention. Because too much attention now introduces more law enforcement. So there's this interesting, I think there will be this interesting balance between the human players that can interact and do things in the world versus the player that's playing the killer that has to kind of hide in the shadows and be strategic as far.
The end scene there was something really interesting that caught my eye. It's not just a multiplayer game. A little bit more
Character progression.
forward.
Hold on.
Oh,
Customization,
yep.
proximity, chat, and more.
After this screen.
A single player and multiplayer horror experience.
Single player.
Interesting, huh?
Very, very interesting. What? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm adding that to the wish list.
Right? I thought you'd enjoy that. Dude, I looked at the trailer, right? On my sifted feed, and I'm like, this is going to be shit. I know it. And I almost chose not to look at it. And then I had a little bit of time and like, fuck it. I'll give it a go. I should be more engaged and see whether maybe they could have figured something out. Let's see what they've done with it. How bad can it be? And I'm watching it and I'm like, okay, so far so good. And then when they mention the NPCs, I'm like, oh, that's new. And then they mention the police officers and I go, oh, that's different. And then they go in and say, oh, so if you die, you can now either talk to your friends through the television or through the radio, or you can load in as a police officer. And I went, that's, you fucking solved it. You figured out the loop. You figured out how to make these kind of horror games a little bit more engaging and keep players in the space doing something. So they're not just waiting for their mates to finish the mode and go, oh, well, are you done? Can we jump into the next match? No, this is how you do it. If you're making a superpowered killer, you find a way to make it as engaging for all the other players. And suddenly it feels like a board game. So yeah, I was very impressed by this. Very, very fucking impressed.
Yeah, wow. I wonder if this will make the Dead by Daylight team quite nervous with their loop in their game. Because,
I would like that, but I doubt
Lara Croft is in Dead by Daylight.
Don't. Just
for fuck's sakes.
They're running. This is my problem with that series. I get that you want to keep adding new characters, but I think at this point you need to start adding new modes because you've got as many characters as you fucking need. What you do need to start doing is adding new modes of play, or let's add like a whole nother layer. Figure out some other system where you're using these characters in a completely different fashion. And, you can start small and start with your original series of characters and start finding ways to implement the other ones.
I think the latest thing that they've changed with this game, Dead by Daylight, is that there's 2 killers and 8 survivors.
Yeah.
I think that's the only thing that they've added as a mode, which
I've never tried it yet. Yeah, I thought that was a neat idea. Absolutely.
I don't remember the last time I played this. Jeez. Does it tell me? No.
That's all right.
So, Nintendo.
Oh, you want to go back to that? Okay.
I'm going to talk about the movie, and then I'll talk about something else regarding Nintendo.
Movie?
The movie has a new character reveal.
Yes. What's it? The fox.
Star
Fucking
Fox.
hell. Yeah. And what's his name? Powell?
Glenn Powell will be
Glenn
voicing Star Fox in Mario Movie Galaxy.
I love him. Man, I gotta admit,
I really like him as an actor.
after seeing him in, I was so impressed by the movie. I thought it was gonna be such a shitty, cheesy remake, remake of the original. But Running Man was fucking solid. It was better than it should have been, than it deserved to be. But yeah, he was just, yeah, good choice. Good choice. That was a cute little reveal.
I am intrigued because we got Donkey Kong in the first one, who isn't returning for the second movie, but seems like we're getting a familiar roster to Super Smash Brothers.
I mean, potentially. We could be leading down that
I
path.
I think we might be seeing something in at least with if this movie is successful as the first, which I am quite optimistic about. I love oh my god, I was going to call her Captain Marvel. Brie Larson. I really like her as an actress. I know she only had a cameo, but her role in Community and her in Scott Pilgrim, oh, fantastic. Fantastic. I think she's so great. Anything she's in, I know that I'll enjoy her role. I think she
Didn't
does a
realize she
really good
was in
job.
Community. Fucking hell. Who does she play in Community?
She was at the party. Her and Abed go on a date. She's in the cloakroom.
Oh, yes. Yes.
It's a
I
small
remember.
role.
Yeah.
She's in a couple of episodes.
Yeah.
But her chemistry with Abed is just so good. And it's like, fuck yeah, this is a relationship I can see. I think, yeah, her as Rosalina, perfect. One of the strongest characters in Marvel is Captain Marvel, and now one of the most powerful characters in the Mario universe. Fuck yes. What an honor. So I'm looking forward to the Galaxy movie, which now leads me as to why we're not going to get a 3D Mario game this year.
I have heard about this.
I believe them releasing Galaxy 1 and 2, she also perfected the Goblin role.
I'm not too sure about that. You know, my issue with her. Have you seen her in interviews?
I have, yes.
She gets very defensive. She doesn't know how to be fun, playful, and charismatic. And I've seen some stuff with her with. It's mainly the Marvel cast, and I get it. Like, when she's there alongside your Chris Hemsworth, Chris Evans, these big guns, she feels like she needs to compete and try and stand her own, like, have her own presence. But she tries so hard and she ends up being off-putting in the process, or she has. I think she's a great actress. Everything I've seen her in, it's like, yep, the performance is great. She's got a, good attitude about it. But yeah, there's just something about her personality. I just go, sweetheart,
See,
tone
I
it
don't
down.
get that when I see her in interviews. I think her demeanor is mistaken quite often.
That's possible
but
too.
I think she's just a very grounded person who just I think she comes across quite not aggressive. Maybe it is a defensive demeanor, but I don't think it's a negative. And I think I like that about her because she is quite honest and direct. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
It's funny, we haven't seen any of her for the marketing for the Galaxy movie. Wonder if she's busy doing something else.
I wonder.
Because I know she is returning for the Avengers. God.
Yeah, everyone seems to be, so. Did you want to talk about Harry Potter?
I'm just going to quickly keep going with Nintendo because that is the last thing I want to talk about. So we're not getting a 3D Mario game because them releasing Galaxy was in hype for the Galaxy movie. We would have had a 3D Mario game releasing beforehand, Galaxy 3. But we need to make clear of our calendars because apparently there is a rumor that Nintendo is releasing a new Star Fox game. And the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time remake this year.
Yeah, I did hear about the Zelda thing, so that's going to be fascinating.
That is really interesting. Because are they getting ready to show more of the Zelda movie that's coming out soon? And they want to get people excited again for the IP, so they're going to release Ocarina of Time? Which, I'm sorry, if you're going to release Ocarina of Time, you've got to bring in the best game, Majora's Mask. Also, remember how you were talking, this was like a minute ago, how you were talking about games in Diablo, it was, with the line of sight and the horror of it?
Yes.
I always had a fear when I played video games back in the PlayStation 1 era of being chased by something I couldn't see because of the rendering. But it was there. Let's go back to Tomb Raider 1. That fucking Lost Valley level always terrified me as a kid because I didn't want a fucking T-Rex chasing me.
Yeah.
I cheese killed it. I would, in my head, it was, I was like, oh, I'm sprinting. I'm not. I'm just running at the same speed. But I would get to a safe spot that you can go into, which is, ironically enough, where one of the cogs is located.
Yeah.
And kill the T-Rex that way. And I would always, every would leave the rendering distance, I was like, okay, I can call it back. I would just quickly jump back down and then quickly get back up. Quick. I hate being chased. I don't like it. Stop it. But anyways, back to
you and everyone else, man. Like it's funny how like
shit terrified me.
The amount of times we play Dead by Daylight, and when I have a killer on me, I still like the adrenaline kicks in, and I think that's meant to be the half the fun. That's why you play
100%. Yeah,
but it's amazing how even after 100 times, you're just like. Like, no, don't touch me! Ah! It's like playing Tiggy in the playground is just that indicative of that nature.
Yeah.
So.
God, if there was a video game of Tag or Tiggy, that would be sick. But
no, you got to make it interesting. Come on, I mean, if they just made a game called Tag, it would be like when they made a game called Paintball. Like, yeah, it's sort of interesting, but you've got COD. That's better.
Splatoon, which is better.
At least that's original. So if you're gonna do tag,
100%.
you gotta do something like skate tag, where you're able to fucking do ollies and tricks off the walls and do rail grinds and stuff, and you're just chasing each other through a city. That would be interesting.
Or parkour tag.
Or parkour, yeah.
Or parkour tag free. So then you have an incentive of the people you're in a team with have to make an effort to get you, unfreeze you so you can get back into the game.
You know what? I can see parkour tag working because you can play with the stamina systems. You do it with, if it's first person, I wouldn't make it third. I would make it a first person game. And it would maybe function a lot like Mirror's Edge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That would be sick. That would be really fun. $1 million idea.
So, yeah, we're just throwing it out.
It's interesting that we're getting an IP that has, I won't say is dead, but has been asleep for a while. And the last few games haven't been the best. So to get a new Star Fox game is crazy. And I wonder if that's because Donkey Kong appeared in the Mario movie and, oh, Donkey Kong Bonanza? So Star Fox appearing in Galaxy. Oh, Star Fox game? And then Ocarina of Time, which is... It's not the best, because Breath of the Wild became the best. But one of the most nostalgic Zelda games for our generation that has stood against the sands of time. See what I did there? Because it's all about time. Is going to be re-released as a remake. That,
I'm
to me,
curious
is
about that.
Huge.
Yeah, I am curious about that because that, you can imagine, would have been a lot of time and effort. And I wonder which of their studios endeavored to make that. Like, did they get the guys who did Link to the Past to go, okay, we want you, if you've done such a great job with A Link to the Past, now do Ocarina of Time. You've done this one classic, let's see if you can do this.
Yeah.
It's fucking... That would have been... Well, we also don't know how it's going to look. Is it going to be like a full remake, like they've gone through and redone everything while keeping the game to its true form? That's going to be fascinating.
What would it look like?
Yeah, because
it's
fucking hell.
I personally would love, and I know it won't be, but the art style of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, I love that artistic look, that art style. It looks like a painting.
Yep.
In Ocarina of Time, while having the true open world that it was meant to be, instead of having your loading screens between the different areas. Oh. Give me Majora's Mask. That shit
they might do both. We'll see how this one goes, because they might just decide, well, we've now got the assets and we've got all the general engine running. Now we just need to figure out how to get Majora's Mask running through this, and done.
Yeah. And that's the charm about Majora's Mask, was that it used all the assets from Ocarina of Time. It had such a short development time because they had everything there.
Yeah. I will say, if it's what I'm envisioning, and it's like, this is a proper remake of the game, or like a proper remaster of the original game, if I ever, or if Kate ever does decide to upgrade to a Switch 2, I will probably pick up a copy just so I can go through that fucker. Because I've never finished the original Ocarina. And if I'm gonna play it, I will probably play what is technically the updated, better version of it. Because I don't, like, I get it. Be a purist all you want. I understand that Demon Souls original is better from an artistic standpoint compared to what Bluepoint did. And the same can be said about Shadow of Colossus. But personally, I'm not looking at those fine details too much, and I just want to play the general gameplay, so I'm gonna pick the better counterpart. It's the same with Mass Effect. Unless, there's a massive change in the story and the gameplay that's just substantially like, wait, what the fuck? Then sure, I will probably go and play the original, but if I can take an upgraded visual look to the game and still be the same core gameplay underneath, I'll fucking pick that.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons I'm excited for the remake of Witcher 1. Because I know the game needs it. Like, I loved it back then because Witcher 1 was a fun upgrade, or if it was a fun change to a sort of semi-Diablo formula, but not. With a really in-depth story. And I think the story component in Witcher is fantastic, but we do need that to be just, let's do that again. And if you're going to do it as a third-person hack and slash game, fuck yeah, let's go. But no, new Star Fox, super exciting. If they are bringing it out, and Zelda, abso-fucking-lutely. That's money in the bag right there. And especially when you're about to release your movie, what better way than to get the younger generation to try the original game in the most crispest, newest form that you can possibly deliver.
Yep. Oof. If true, again, Nintendo's killing it.
Yep.
Banger after
banger.
Man,
they haven't stopped. This year has just been, and again, we've had another week where now they're showing Champions. Now they're announcing extra little tidbits of news. So in the next couple of weeks, there's going to be more stuff coming out. They're going to be showing more things. God only knows what other fucking ace of spades they've got coming out of their wrists, out of their sleeves. They're on another level.
Yeah.
Like,
they just need to keep doing what they're doing.
I expected PlayStation to be doing this.
Not getting it.
No.
Right?
No. Yeah.
And that's the thing. We said it last time. In the last few streams, we've said this. Nintendo just needs to keep doing what they're doing because their competitors are just fighting themselves at this point. And Nintendo's like, okay, well, you kids have fun. We're just going to keep releasing our game.
Business as usual.
Yeah. Slight tweaks because of the market in today's day and age. I get it. It's rough. But it's consistent. I'm glad that I'm a Switch owner.
Oh yeah. Man, you are having a better time with that system than what I'm having with my PlayStation. When I look at my PlayStation, it's just, I look at it and I go, it's collecting dust. I am using the controllers to play games on my PC. But that's it. Just because it's convenient, and it's a nice controller. I love the controller. For my sensibilities. But when I look at the games I've got on there, it's like, okay. And it probably is also the fact that I'm predominantly a PC player. So if I can get most of my games on PC, I'm going to get it on PC. But it's the exclusives that I'm buying a PlayStation for. And right now, you got nothing for me, mate.
No.
But
PlayStation 5's backward compatible, right?
Yep. Yeah. So I can go and play my PS4 games, but at the moment it's like, well, I have no need to. I'm not going to replay Uncharted at the moment because there's A, too many games, and B, you haven't announced a new Uncharted game. So why would I suddenly go through the franchise again? I'll save that for if you ever decide to make an Uncharted 5 or some other weird sequel or alternative universe type thing. Same with God of War. Same with Horizon. It's about all they've got. And it's same with Man, I would kill to get a Last of Us Part 3. I would kill, and I'd be replaying that series again. Happily. But I got no reason to.
Yeah. God, they really just...
Shit the bed.
It's such an expensive investment.
Yep. But they chose to go down that way.
Yeah.
And because of it, there's a certain expectation from fans that, well, those are the caliber of games we're going to be getting. But we haven't really gotten that because we were going to release a whole bunch of live service games, but they've all shat the bed. And a bunch of others we've had to cancel because there was nothing coming from those development cycles. So, yeah. What have we got? Saros. What else? Wolverine later. Enjoy. Oh, but here's our third-party games. Awesome. For the people that only buy one system and they buy one console, you have got so many new games coming out that you can play. And I think that's wonderful. But if you only play the PlayStation 4 PlayStation stuff, man, I'd be pissed. Personally, but I'm not
Rightly
worried.
so.
I'm eating well because I've got multiple systems. Yeah. Was there anything else you wanted to add to the Nintendo chatter?
No. That's all the news that I had for Nintendo. But what did you think of the Harry Potter teaser?
I'll be honest, I actually got emotional. I thought it was really well done. I thought the focus on his abuse and what he's missing, what he's after, really hit home for me.
Mm-hmm.
It's obviously weird when you still have Daniel and Rupert and Emily
Emma
Emma in the back of your brain as the characters that we've known and loved. So I see them, I hear them, they're kind of what I associate. Even when I actually finally got around to reading those books, they are the ones that stuck in the back of my mind. So obviously seeing a whole new cast of characters, like seeing the new Harry was bizarre. Seeing the new Hagrid was like, this doesn't sound right. This doesn't feel right. Like I see the body, but the voice, it's like this weird, like, disassociation. But when I kind of allowed my brain to just go, okay, this is this universe, this is this version, I went, I'm on board. if this is how you're starting it off, and the detail that you're putting in by kind of fleshing out a couple of bits that don't even happen in the book, I went, that's cool. I'm okay with this. Obviously, the rest can be determined when it comes out, so we also don't know how it actually will pan out and what weird fucking choices and decisions they'll make. But if what I'm seeing is this good so far, I'm sold. How do you feel about it?
I'm really excited for it.
Awesome. Cool.
When I watched that trailer, I was like, oh shit, we are reading the books.
Uh-huh.
Harry getting bullied at school, seeing Petunia cut his hair.
Yeah.
We're going to have these moments, and this, okay. I prefer a TV show format because you can have the time to flesh out a lot.
Correct.
You've got the time to put in the finer details that you just can't in a 2-hour film or less. And just seeing the moments before he gets to Hogwarts and his life with the Dursleys. Oh, I'm just like, yes, we're getting that deep story of Harry. And you're right, it's the abuse that we see that the Dursleys give him. And when we get to that moment in the 7th book where Petunia finally reveals her love, and it's like, shit, that build up, and it's going to take a few seasons to get there, is just going to be so well fleshed out. Seeing the kids just interacting on the train, I was like, oh, this is what I hoped for. And it really, that teaser trailer really left a good taste for what's to come. Sure, there's some casting choices that I may or may not agree with, but I am hopeful that I'll be proven wrong with the performance. I had concerns about casting particular people for characters. Now,
I do
Harry
too.
Potter as a book, there are black characters that show up and appear and that are not main characters, but they are prominent throughout the series. They're side characters. But if your prominent character being Snape, and it might be my love for Alan Rickman coming out.
It absolutely is.
It's just hard that you're going to replace, and I have no issues with it, but as a character that's described as a white male, why do you need to change that information? Is it because you don't want to find another white person who can live up to Alan Rickman's performance? Because I'm sorry, Alan Rickman did such a phenomenal job as Snape that he was Snape.
Yep.
As great of a man he is or was, no, he is, regardless of his status of life or death, he is Snape. He embodied that character to perfection. The way he spoke, the demeanor. When you read the books, you're like, holy shit. Yes, he captured what everything was in this character so well. And those final moments in the 7th movie, because I refuse to think that it's 2 parts, that acting when he reveals to Harry, oh, I don't want to cry because it was such a good moment. But when he reveals that his love for Lily and seeing that memory, how he's holding her and everything, just came alive.
Mm.
So I don't want to say anything because this new actor could do such a phenomenal job. Because so far, what we got, the taste just feels so much of the books. And I appreciate so much of that because the movies miss so much of those details because of the time constraints of being in such a small amount of, this is a bite size of the book. We've got to just get the core components and add a bit of fluff here and there. But missing out on nearly headless Nick's birthday or death day, that's, you're giving extra information about the life at Hogwarts. Because when the kids aren't there studying, the ghosts are. They've got a whole life behind them that is explored. Not to mention, you've got so many side characters that weren't in the films, but are in the book.
I wonder if Peeves will be in there.
He is.
Yeah, awesome.
I'm looking forward to it. That trailer got me excited to play Hogwarts Legacy again.
Yeah. I do hope. I can't wait for the announcement for the sequel. Because they're working on that shit. Provided Warner Brothers doesn't fucking shut down the studio. Who's bought them?
Paramount.
Paramount. That's it. Hopefully they just kind of go, whatever you guys, how you choose to manage the game studio, you just manage it as you need to. We only really give a shit about the movie side of things, so we'll see.
Well, Hogwarts Legacy would bring marketing to the series even more. They're bringing the IP back to life.
Yeah.
And I think the success of Hogwarts Legacy was warranted enough that people still give a shit about this series, this IP. Having a series, having Hogwarts Legacy to, maybe it's a new era within Hogwarts or it's a continuation of one. I don't know. I don't give a shit. Give me more. I'm excited to explore. I love magic. It's such a cool series and I'm looking forward to it. But I'm also concerned with the aging of the actors because Daniel Radcliffe in Harry Potter 1 and 2, boy, did he grow up in 3 very quickly.
Yeah. Look,
but I like that they kept him consistent.
That's obviously going to be a struggle regardless, but I think it just comes down to how ready are these writers and developers in creating the scripts that they need and then getting the production going from year to year to year to year. That's really going to be up to them. If they can at least get enough funding and get behind the filming so that they can at least move things along and then do the editing after the fact, which they're probably not going to take that risk. They're going to obviously go, let's see how season 1 goes, book 1, and then go, is that viable? Is it selling? Are people interested? Yes, awesome. Let's get into book 2 and start writing that and start producing that. So unfortunately, you end up kind of making it a year and a half. So they are aging almost like 1.5 compared to what they should be in the books. But if they can get the timing down, if they can get the writing down and already have a lot of that preliminary work done, and they've already got majority of the casting, then you're just casting a few extras per season type of deal, which makes it a bit easier from a managing of the crew and everything else. So the rest just comes down to, have they got the shots that they want and anything else that they might need to build from a set piece design. So we'll see. if you're transported into the world of D&D or all fantasy games and had to make your perfect character as yourself, what would you choose? Race, class, multi-class, if you want, etc. You want it, you got it. D&D. I don't know about you, but I'd either be elf or human. I know that sounds fucking generic as hell.
No, fuck being a human.
But
Sucks.
no, look, I'd be okay with being a human, but it would be human kind of a wizard slash warrior, like a hybrid.
Ooh.
So, yeah.
I would be a high elf, like my bard, just so I can have night vision and magic. I would be either a warlock or a sorcerer. Something magic based.
That's a lovely question. Thanks for that, Mark. I appreciate that.
Mark? So Harry Potter season 1 and 2 were confirmed. So we're already getting book 2.
Nice. That's good. That is good.
I really like that question.
Yeah. Yeah, that was on my YouTube channel. So thank you, Mark, again.
Nice. Also, when I said Mark, that was a reference to Severance when she's like, Mark.
Yeah, that's right. Fucking hell.
Mark.
Someday we'll be getting to season 3.
Oh.
One day.
Yeah, maybe. Well, it should come quicker because it did had pause in filming because of COVID. Which is wild that it took that long. Time is so weird post-COVID.
Yep. Yeah, it's a bit like that. Nah, we'll...
Okay. One question before we head off.
Yes.
Jake, if you had one superpower, what would it be?
Ooh. Psychic abilities.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I have toyed around. I think I've done this a few times with Kate and a few other people. And psychic abilities just seems to make sense because if I want to fly, I can make myself fly. Or I can attach things onto me that I can then make myself fly, like Magneto.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of flexibility in being able to move things.
It's such a broad power that you can manipulate things.
Yeah.
So it's not just...
You're not just flying. You don't just have laser eye beams. Like, the only other thing that would be interesting is maybe, say, Wolverine's kind of strength and healing factor. Yeah. But other than that,
Spider-Man?
Yeah, web swinging would be fun.
He also has super healing and super strength.
Yeah. Other than that, the only other one that always comes to mind as like a really cool ability is teleportation.
Yep.
And I think about Nightcrawler, and I know it's a really shitty campy movie, but I did enjoy it. It's unfortunate the video game is fucking crap, but Jumper with Hayden Christensen. And Samuel Jackson as the fucking like bad guy or the police, the detective that was essentially hunting them down.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And that's the one with Natalie Portman? No.
I don't remember Natalie in it.
No. I'm getting Star Wars.
Adventures of Baron Munchausen.
Oh.
I want to show you this.
Yes.
Oh yeah, no, he was right. Fucking hell, you can watch the whole movie apparently on YouTube. I'll show you the trailer, and I'll pop on. Maybe I won't do the audio because otherwise YouTube will do its little shitty thing. You know what? I can always edit this last bit.
Flying objects.
Trust me, madam. Your underwear is in good hands.
Oh my god.
I'm back!
Seafood.
Hello.
Is there a doctor in the fish?
Celebrities.
God, she looks so young. And yet she hasn't changed a bit.
Is it contagious?
Compassion.
The Sultan is going to cut off my head. And?
Travel.
Now you come back here and expect me to follow you to the ends of the earth? Yes. All right.
Honor.
Have you any famous last words?
Not yet.
Not yet. Is that famous?
Gravity.
We've been dropped through the center of the world to come out on the other side.
Bull. He was full of it. The Adventures of Baron Munchausen. A true story. We've got the film to prove it.
The trailer, you can tell, is very Terry Gilliam. But yeah, it's such... There's so many references to different fantasies. Obviously, you might have seen the little Pinocchio reference with Monstro in there at the end, because they are stuck in a fish at one point. It's just... It's a wild ride. And it's so much fun.
Okay. I'm gonna definitely watch that.
Check it out. I think you'll either love it or you'll be like, what the fuck has Jake got me into? But knowing you will watch it and you will probably fall in love the way I did, just by some of the weird, quirky sensibilities. Just fucking wild animations. Wild stuff. And of course, what's fun is how much of it is like done practically or with miniatures, and you just go, oh, I forgot how good like movies were back then with this level of creativity and like all the fucking weird shit that they used to do. Yeah. But yes, I reckon we shall leave it there for now. Street Rat.
Yes.
Where can we watch your wonderful content?
You can watch my content at streetrat_atlas on Twitch and eventually YouTube when I actually start editing my Mass Effect videos. I go live Wednesdays and Saturdays. Wednesdays is my single player. Saturday, co-streaming with yourself. And here and there, some odd streams just playing other games. Like perhaps playing Pokepia, because fuck me, is that game great. Perfect, Ethan. And where can we find your lovely self?
Myself, you can find me at Jake_Starvik here on Twitch and on YouTube. I stream on Wednesdays, 7:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time. Is that correct? I'm still trying to get my head around that. I am doing Crimson Desert on Wednesdays, and as you just mentioned, Street Rat, we're doing Baldur's Gate together on Saturdays, 7:30. Catch us on our corresponding channels. Thank you again, everyone, so much for joining us. Please like and subscribe. This is something I always forget to mention, but please like and subscribe. Myself, Street Rat Atlas, Street Rat_Atlas. Take care. Have a wonderful, safe time. Look after yourselves. Bye.
Good night.